Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Announcing the arrival of Yang Teramat Mulia Datuk Seri Diraja Tan Sri Tunku Puteri Intan Safinas binti Almarhum Sultan Abdul Halim Muazzam Shah, Tunku Temenggung Kedah, and the National Chairperson of the Malaysian Red Crescent Society, MRCS, accompanied by fellow VIPs. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Yang Teramat Mulia Datuk Seri Diraja Tan Sri Tunku Puteri Intan Safinas binti Almarhum Sultan Abdul Halim Muazzam Shah, Tunku Temenggung Kedah, and the National Chairperson of the Malaysian Red Crescent Society, MRCS, Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Director of International Islamic University Malaysia, Respected Ms. Sahar Harun, the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, and the Regional Legal Advisor for Southeast Asia and Japan, Respected Professor Dr. Farid Sufyan Shuaib, the Dean of Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, IIUM, honorable guests, distinguished panelists and moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and welcome to the conference pertaining to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, TPNW, National Implementation and the Role of Youth. I am Daniel Bahardin from Selfpad IIUM, and I will be your Master of Ceremony for today's event. Members of the floor, the conference pertaining to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, TPNW, is organized by Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, ICOL, in collaboration with the Malaysian Red Crescent, MRCS, and the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, in conjunction with the 40th anniversary of the founding of the International Islamic University Malaysia, IIUM. The objectives of this conference include: number one, to contribute to a world free of nuclear weapons, to raise awareness of the catastrophic humanitarian consequences and dangers of nuclear weapons, to discuss issues and share perceptions of youth on their roles in ridding the world of nuclear weapons, and also to highlight the role of youth NGOs in advocating for a world free of nuclear weapons. Ladies and gentlemen, let us begin our event today with the welcoming remarks by Professor Dr. Farid Sufyan Shuaib, the Dean of Ahmad Ibrahim College of Laws, International Islamic University, Malaysia. Please welcome.
Thank you, Brother Daniel. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Her Highness Datuk Seri Diraja Tan Sri Tunku Puteri Intan Safinas binti Almarhum Sultan Abdul Halim Muazzam Shah, Tengku Temanggung Kedah, the National Chairperson Malaysian Red Crescent Society, the Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Director of the National Islamic University Malaysia, Ms. Sahar Harun, the Regional Legal Advisor to the National Committee of the Red Cross, distinguished guests, moderators of the panel discussion, panelists, and participants. Welcome to the conference pertaining to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, National Implementation, and the Role of the Youth. The mission of Ahmad Ibrahim College of Laws is to work towards just laws and just legal systems through the harmonization of Sharia and law, championed by balanced graduates. Included in this concept of just laws is to contribute in the effort of averting the repeat of the humanitarian disaster with the detonation of the 2 nuclear bombs over Hiroshima and Nagasaki on the 6th and 9th August 1945. We have the privilege of working together with the Malaysian Red Crescent, led by Her Highness Datuk Seri Diraja Tan Sri Tunku Puteri Intan Safinas, in mainstreaming humanitarian issues within and outside Malaysia. In one of her messages as the chairperson of the Malaysian Red Crescent, she had alluded to the importance of involving the youth to ensure that we could achieve the goals of the elimination of nuclear weapons, if not in this generation, in the next. Our rector, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, also strongly felt the importance of the elimination of nuclear weapons, as he had espoused in our earlier programs in the working to ban nuclear weapons. With the personal experience of his family member on the devastation caused by nuclear weapons, it is certainly imperative upon us to work together to continue the effort to ensure ratification of the Treaty on Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons by Malaysia will bear practical fruition. With this impetus, we are glad that our long-standing partner in humanitarian efforts, the International Committee of the Red Cross, with Ms. Sahar Harun as the Regional Legal Advisor, agreed to come together, namely International Islamic University Malaysia, Malaysian Red Crescent, and the International Committee of the Red Cross to jointly organize the conference pertaining to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, National Implementation, and the Role of Youth. To ensure we could get the widest possible participation in this important issue, we are broadcasting the program today in the IUM YouTube channel live. We also would like to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for agreeing to work together with us in organizing the closed-door roundtable discussion entitled Treaty on Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons and Malaysia, Humanitarian and Multidisciplinary Approaches in Post-Ratification on the second day of the conference, and to bring to us Encik Zahid Rastam, the Deputy High Commissioner of the High Commission of Malaysia in London, as the resource person in the roundtable discussion. Our wish for this program is that the current and the future generation from all backgrounds will work together to remove our existential threat through the elimination of nuclear weapons, as mandated by the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, which instrument of ratification Malaysia has signed on the 30th September 2020. Let us pray that we could be the instrument of providing blessing to the world, or in the language of IUM, Rahmatan lil Alamin, for us to have a safer and secure world. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Farid. To continue our event today, let me invite the Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Director of International Islamic University Malaysia, for his welcoming remarks. Please welcome.
Terima kasih. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu syafil anbiya mursalin Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. La haula wala quwwata illa billah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Greeting of peace and a very good morning. Yang teramat mulia Datuk Seri Diraja Tan Sri Tunku Puteri Intan Safinas bin Almarhum Sultan Abdul Halim Muazzam Shah, Tengku Temanggung Kedah, National Chairperson Malaysian Red Cross Society, respected Ms. Sahar Harun, International Committee of the Red Cross, Regional Legal Advisor for Southeast Asia and Japan, my colleagues, Professor Farid Sufyan Shuib, the Dean of the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Law and the co-chair for the Joint Organizing Committee, honorable guests, panelists, participants, brothers and sisters. Let me first of all take this opportunity to thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving us this opportunity to meet. And I'm indeed very delighted to welcome Tuanku for the first time in this campus. Little did we know that we have not been interacting, alhamdulillah. Today will be an opportunity perhaps to increase the interaction between the university and particularly in the Malaysian Red Crescent Society. And as I've related to her this morning, that I was trying to introduce, then my deputy is here, trying to introduce Red Crescent Society into the campus, but somehow or rather I wasn't successful. So we will try again and make it happen, at least in the Kuantan campus where the medical school and the School of Sciences are there, because I think the Red Crescent in all its standing means a lot, particularly after the pandemic. Yeah? So, ladies and gentlemen, this is an opportunity for us to state our position as far as Treaty of the Prohibition of a Nuclear Weapon is concerned. We are delighted that it was ratified maybe 2 years ago, and I would like to put on record our university together with UKM is among the 2 universities that actually work for this together with the Foreign Ministry. This is an important thing for us because I think nuclear weapon is a threat to everybody. And particularly in my case, I've got a personal involvement because my father is a survivor of the atomic bomb in 1945. So since young, I've been drilled to hate war and to hate all forms of hatred and aggression. And this is, I think, a message that needs to be broadcast now after the pandemic, when we see there's so much of hatred, so much of discrimination, and so much of injustice happening around the world today. And where else when we put this on record, particularly in the context of trying to save the world, and the treaty, I think, is something that we should look forward to. I would like to relate a little bit about this university. I think we'll be talking a lot more about the treaty after this. Just let me give you a couple of glimpses of what the university has been going through for the last 2 years. I was there in 2018, didn't know that COVID will visit me in 2019. Yeah. All the experience that I've got in running a university before that, it becomes irrelevant. And we need to revise of what the university looks like for the future, and we're beginning to do that. One of the things that this university is espousing for is what we call Rahmatan lil Alamin, mercy to all. In other words, although it is an Islamic university, but it doesn't speak only for Muslim and Islam, it speaks for mankind and humanity. It doesn't speak only for the human species, it also speaks for the non-human species. And this is a uniqueness about this university that needs to be put across, that education is now no longer bound by boundaries, and it's trying to unify humanity together, and bringing peace is one of those ways of doing it. And therefore, I'm very delighted that our Kuliah of Law has taken this on board. I think they've been doing this since last 2 years. When we celebrate, no, not celebrate, probably is not the right word, the anniversary of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombing, which will happen, I think, in five days from now. That is an event, the only one in history so far, but we are not sure whether it will be a repeat given the skirmish in Ukraine involving 2 superpowers again. So these are issues that I think the youngsters needs to be related to, because you are born with a silver spoon in your mouth. You have not known what war looks like, particularly in the generation before your probably father or grandfather in this particular case. But to revisit war is just to understand what the pandemic is all about. If you can imagine to be locked down for years because of the war around you, if you can imagine there's no food supply, that you need to eat ubi kayu or whatever that's around your house, you can imagine there is no electricity supply, no water, that will be war for you. And I think that's enough to threaten most of the youngsters. And no Wi-Fi, no internet, yeah. And all of us will go into mental health issues. And that's why I think the Red Crescent is very important, because we have not been attending to mental health issues since the day the school starts. We talk about physical health, we'll never talk about mental health. When mental health comes in, we find that none of us are able to cope. Even in an Islamic university, there are suicides, there are attempted suicides at least. In other words, we have failed to build a human being that can look after itself, let alone the community. And this conference is just beyond this treaty. We want to redevelop the youngsters of tomorrow to be not only responsible to themselves, but also to responsible to the community around them and the world around them. And that is, I think, the basic motive why we want to have this. And the more we collaborate with institutions like the Red Crescent that have years of experience, something that we can learn from, we will delightfully welcome you to our fold and perhaps participate in also training our students. So on that note, let me once again thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving this opportunity, and also to thank all of you for giving us this confidence to work with you, although we are kind of a beginner in this particular case. But yes, there's a lot of things to learn, and we are prepared to learn this together, and more importantly, also to make a position or take a position that we are anti all forms of aggression, including domestic violence as a war in itself in every houses, if you're not careful. We want to make sure that we are living in harmony with ourselves first, and then the community around us, and then the world at large. It's a long agenda that needs to be looked into, but I think we're prepared to do this, and I hope this will be the beginning of that movement. So thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Tan Sri, for your welcoming remarks. Members of the floor, now let me invite Ms. Sahar Harun, the Regional Legal Advisor of the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, and the Regional Legal Advisor for Southeast Asia and Japan, for her welcoming remarks. Please welcome.
Terima kasih. Your Highness Tunku Putri Intan Safina's National Chairperson, Malaysian Red Crescent Society, Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Zulfikri Abdul Razak, Rector, International Islamic University of Malaysia, Professor Dr. Farid Sufyan Shoaib, Dean Ahmed Ibrahim Kulia of Laws, IIUM, valued members of academia and youth, friends and colleagues. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat pagi. On behalf of the International Committee of the Red Cross, it is my immense pleasure and honor to join you today at this conference pertaining to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, focusing on national implementation and the role of the youth. Allow me to express my deepest appreciation to our long-standing partners in Malaysia, both the Malaysian Red Crescent Society and the International Islamic University, for initiating and organizing this conference, which could not have been timed better. The importance of this conference is underscored by the ongoing review of the Review Conference of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which calls for global nuclear disarmament, and the increasing unfortunate and terrifying risk of the use of nuclear weapons in the world today. 76 years after the horrific bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki that caused unprecedented devastation, the catastrophic consequences of these weapons on humanity, on the natural environment, and on the entire planet are unmistakable and unquestionable. Even if limited, the use of modern nuclear weapons, which are more powerful than those that were used in 1945, would cause a huge number of casualties and enormous intergenerational adverse impact. And at the same time, humanitarian assistance would be extremely difficult due to the destruction of infrastructure and contamination by radiation. Furthermore, any use of nuclear weapons would not be limited to localized damage, but would also have unimaginable impact on the global environment. To perhaps illustrate this, let me refer to a recent study on the impact of the use of nuclear weapons on climate change, which concluded that even in the case of a limited regional nuclear war, the Earth would cool down from about 2 to 5 degrees Celsius, which would cause a so-called nuclear winter, followed by massive starvation that would last for at least a decade. Furthermore, the ICC in 2019 conducted this study with the youth entitled Millennials on War, and the millennials around the world expressed nervousness about their future, with a vast majority thinking that there will be a third world war in their lifetime, and nuclear weapons will be used somewhere in the world in the next 10 years. As the future generation of the world, and those who are going to inherit the planet from us, The youth are indeed right to be concerned about the state the world will be left to them in. Yet, not all hope is lost. While the threat of the nuclear weapons continues to exist and perhaps even worsen, on the 22nd of January 2021, the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, a long-held wish of nuclear victims and humanitarians around the world, came into force. The TPNW is the first legal international humanitarian law instrument that includes prohibitions on the devastating humanitarian consequences of the use and the testing of nuclear weapons, calling for their total elimination and strengthening the legal prohibition on the use of nuclear weapons. As first-hand witnesses of the tragedy that unfolded in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, this powerful statement by a significant portion of the world in the form of the TPNW was rightly welcomed and celebrated by everybody, including the Red Cross and Red Crescent movement. Today, almost a year and a half later, there are 66 states party to the TPNW and an additional 23 states who are signatories, which is indeed a cause for jubilation for all of us who continue to be concerned by these weapons. However, states who continue to rely on the so-called nuclear deterrent and mutually assured destruction theories have yet to fully recognize the use or the threat of mass destruction and unimaginable devastation that nuclear weapons would cause, and how this devastation would in any reality outweigh any security theory. To this end, the first meeting of the state parties to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons was held in June this year, and it rightly highlighted the vital importance of universalization of the treaty, as well as national implementation by states who are party to it. And it is indeed heartening to note that the Vienna Action Plan was adopted by states, which outlines these exact elements in order to operationalize the various obligations under the TPNW. As an issue which is very close also to the heart of the movement, at our Council of Delegates earlier in June 2020 as well, a resolution was also adopted by the Red Cross and Red Crescent movement on working towards the elimination of nuclear weapons. In our efforts for the universal adherence to and full implementation of this historic treaty, similar to states who are party to the treaty, the movement components also understand that there is a crucial role to be played by all concerned individuals and groups, including the youth. And as I said before, the youth are, of course, right to be concerned about the growing threat of the use of nuclear weapons. However, their voice in mitigating and preventing this destruction and damage is also just as vital. It is thus with deep appreciation that I once again welcome this initiative of the IIUM and the MRCS to create this forum. And we hope that the discussions that will be held over the next 2 days will provide us with some concrete ideas on how the youth and academia, as those who shape minds of the future generations, can support universalization and national implementation efforts. This is indeed not a simple task, and yet, as we all understand, it is crucial and urgent. At the ACSC, we look forward to pursuing this task with you and hope that we will one day realize a world where the taboo against and the prohibition on nuclear weapons will indeed be held universally, and our younger generations will not have to live with this burden. In closing, allow me to once again extend my heartfelt gratitude to you all, and I wish an excellent round of discussions. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Ms. Sahar, for your welcoming remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next event, it is with great honor for me to invite Yang Teramat Mulia, Datuk Sri Diraja Tan Sri Tunku Puteri Intan Safinas binti Almarhum Sultan Abdul Halim Muazzam Shah, Tunku Temenggung Kedah, and the National Chairperson of the Malaysian Red Crescent Society, MRCS, for her opening address and the officiating of the conference. Please welcome.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to everyone. It is indeed a pleasure for me to be here this morning, and a privilege to be here for the first time. So thank you, Tan Sri Zulkifli. Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of International Islamic University of Malaysia, Professor Farid Sufian Shoaib, Dean of Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, Ms. Saha Harun, Regional Legal Advisor for Southeast Asia and Japan, International Committee of the Red Cross or the ICRC, members of the Malaysian Red Crescent Society, members of academia, and students both present here and as well online. It is my pleasure to be here as the chair of Malaysian Red Crescent Society, and also, Lizzie, can you please, it's my pleasure to be here as the chair of Malaysian Red Crescent Society, and may I say the first female chair of the Malaysian Red Crescent Society in its 75 years history. So it is not so much my achievement, but it is an achievement of how society has seen women and leadership. Particularly if you look into the percentage of women in higher education. As we all know, in Malaysia, women at the moment, I think, still are in the majority in most public universities, if I'm not mistaken. So this is, I think, an interesting development for our society, not just for women in Malaysia. I'm also privileged to be here as Pro-Chancellor of UKM, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, and also Pro-Chancellor of University Pertahanan Nasional Malaysia, the National Defence University. So I'm happy to speak to members from both universities and other universities online. Thank you for joining this conference, which is a topic of great significance and gravitas or seriousness. Thank you also to all NGOs and representatives from government agencies and government departments who are here physically and also online. As I said, it's my pleasure to be here today for the opening of this conference. It's actually one of my personal ambitions to actually attend a conference which is held on this topic on the eve of the dropping of the bombs, symbolically to bring young people together and also have a discourse on the topic both with government agencies as well as universities and also civil society. So today is actually a wish fulfilled on a personal level. As I mentioned earlier, we are approaching the 77th anniversary of the devastating bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki on the 6th and 9th of August. And thank you, Tan Sri Zulkifli, for making this your personal insight crusade and a message for your academic life and also in your personal life. It has actually brought the arguments of nuclear disarmament into the center of at least of the Malaysian psyche. And it is an important step in us actually ratifying the TPNW. I firmly believe that, as well as with the formation of NGOs such as ICANN and the leadership of Dr. of ICANN. Bless him. If someone remembers, please, Dr. Robert McCall. Thank you as well. So my memory is not that bad. Thank you that we, together with the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement partners, which includes the ICRC and the Japan Red Cross, the Malaysian Red Crescent Society, we are one of 192 Red Crescent or Red Cross societies in the world. So many people I actually wonder how many Red Crescent societies or Red Cross societies. There are 192. And there is no difference. There isn't a difference between the Red Cross and Red Crescent. We are of the same principles. We share the same 7 fundamental principles, and we sit equally at the table and discuss the issues pertinent to the movement. So we will always remember this dark moment in our history, and we have committed to see that these weapons are never to be used again. As the Malaysian Red Crescent Society is auxiliary to the Malaysian government informed by Act of Parliament, and our focus is in the humanitarian field and disaster relief and medical support and assistance with our volunteer and secretariat. The Malaysian Red Crescent Society is proud in knowing that we have been pivotal in shaping the nuclear weapons debate to its current humanitarian focus and the adoption of the TPNW. We at MRCS are very proud in knowing that Malaysia was one of the first 50 countries to have ratified the TPNW and remains committed in upholding its principles, and most recently as co-chair of the International Working Group promoting the universalization of the TPNW. At the 33rd International Conference of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Movement in 2019, the Malaysian Red Crescent Society, among others, pledged to raise awareness on the catastrophic humanitarian impact of nuclear weapons and the need for a nuclear-free world. Since then, the Malaysian Red Crescent Society, with the support of the ICRC, has embarked on various initiatives with projects to highlight this issue, including media campaigns and stakeholder discussions. And during the Council of Delegates of the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement held recently on the 22nd and 23rd of June, just last month, of which I was there in Geneva with our delegation, the Malaysian Red Crescent made an intervention during the passing of a resolution on working towards the elimination of nuclear weapons and our action plan from 2022 to 2027, whereby although the TPNW has successfully entered into force in January 2021, yet this humanitarian initiative is still not complete. And we are prepared to stay for the long game, so to speak. There are still more than 13,000 nuclear weapons in the world. And for the first time since the end of the Cold War, the number of nuclear weapons is set to increase. And we see there is a move towards an era of nuclear rearmament, moving away from the discussions of nuclear disarmament. For this reason, at our Council of Delegates resolution in June, a plan of action was approved on the necessary steps that all national societies, including the Malaysian Red Crescent Society and other components of the movement, which is the ICRC and the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, which is IFRC, will adopt a strategy of promoting the early adoption of national legislation, policies, and other measures to ensure full domestic implementation of the TPNW. And would also include encouraging the states to continue to provide assistance to victims, to highlight the issue of remediation of contaminated environments, and to encourage the states to impose penal sanctions to prevent and suppress any prohibited activities of a state party under TPNW. Under the same resolution, we will support the states' preparations for and participation in the meeting of state parties to their TPNW. We want to scale up outreach programs to young people to raise awareness of the humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons and to promote their active involvement in the support of the movement's objectives. We also want to communicate to the public even more for the purpose of raising awareness of the current threats of nuclear weapons and its risks. So this two-day conference is a natural extension of these efforts and an achievement in itself. As we know, the adoption and ratification of the TPNW is only the beginning. Although governments are getting bolder in testing and threatening to test and use of nuclear weapons, we are all incapable of preparing for such an incident as which Ms. Saha earlier mentioned. That's why we should expand all our resources and efforts to ensure that this never happens. I would also like to stress how disturbing it is that the discussions and issues of the threat of nuclear weapons are being talked about and threats made by leaders of the nuclear armed states. Such threats should not be taken lightly, and it indicates how fragile that peace and security of the world is if nuclear weapons are not totally eliminated as sought by the TPNW. So I personally hope that this conference will strengthen this multi-stakeholder and multidisciplinary cooperation between government, academics, human actors in Malaysia, present and in the future. Discussions and interaction in these 2 days should also contribute meaningfully to this global effort for as many states to join the TPNW and for our government to fully implement the TPNW. Before I end my speech, I would like to thank again the organizers, the Islamic University of Malaysia, for organizing and putting together this program, and also for the ICRC for your support and leadership on this topic and in organizing this conference. And I hope everybody involved here will ensure that this conference will be a success. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Her Highness, for the opening address and for officiating the conference today. Members of the floor, now it is a pleasure for me to invite Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Director of International Islamic University Malaysia, for his keynote address. Please welcome.
Thank you very much, Highness. Permit me to indulge myself in this topic, which is very close to my heart. I'm given this topic of the Nuclear Ban Treaty implementation and the role of youth. There's a lot to speak about this. Let's hope that I can finish it in a half an hour, and maybe we can have some Q&A at the same time is permitting. Let me just very briefly introduce the International Islamic University. It's going to be 40 years next year. This is a university that was set up to actually take care of education of people who are least privileged as far as education is concerned. Most of our students are those who are not being able to afford education elsewhere, and therefore this university opened their doors to what they call this group of unlucky people. I think the hallmark that we can claim on this was when we opened our doors to the Bosnian in 1992. More than 100 people came here and studied in this university, and now they are back to their university and developed this country called Bosnia-Herzegovina, and most of them are our alumni, beginning from ministers right down people of influential position. And we want to do this, continue to do this. In fact, we are now working very hard. If the Red Crescent can help us, we want to repeat this with the Rohingyas. The mechanism is probably the same, but issues are quite different in the context of visa, politics, and so on and so forth. But nevertheless, I think if that template could be made, if education could be given to people who are deprived from education, then I think we have, quote unquote, done a fair share of our duty to humankind. The university is also recognized by the United Nations University as a regional centers of expertise for sustainable development. We are into sustainable development, and I will talk about it a little bit more in the context of the treaty. And we have got a designation called the Greater Gombak, Regional Centers of Expertise of Greater Gombak, meaning to say that we work with the community very closely. since the last 2 years, I think all of our students who enrolled in university will have to have a project with the community so that they learn what the community is all about, so that they know their responsibility to the community and they are part of the community. All this while we've been talking about the industry. Every time boleh pasaran, marketability, I have no problems with that. But the pandemic tells us once there's problem, these are the places that close first. They shut down and said, we don't want to work with you anymore. We have no money, no profits, and therefore you could be on our own. So this kind of unreliable partnership is something that we are re-evaluating. And I think the community is more reliable. The community is the one that bailed us out and looked after our students when we are hardship. And therefore, we want to expand our understanding. And this is part of the humanitarian issues that we talked about. For example, Tansi, when we went down to the flood that you were saying, we are not involved with the flood, but our students, but thousands of them went every weekend to the places of the unfortunate places, and some of them came back and tell me this: is that the 3 days we spent in the flood community, we learn a lot more than 3 years in the university. You get to exercise our own creativity. We get to exercise our own passion. We learn from no textbooks. We learn from the community, and it's not stereotype. And we are actually being involved, and we are relevant in the community themselves. I think that's where the university now needs to look at. I think the university is becoming more and more irrelevant today, and here's what the university, IUM, is trying to do, inshallah, to bring back the university in its mission as far as Rahmatan lil Alamin is concerned. As we have spoken about this, I think 6th of August is probably the day that all of us need to remember, particularly the younger generation, who have not sort of experienced this. This was the first time the atomic bomb was dropped at 8:15, and that's the clock that says slightly more than 8:15. And my father then was studying in the Hiroshima University. He was listening to a lecture on mathematics at 8:15 when everything happens. Just to footnote, Germany was already surrendered at that particular time. Japan was about to surrender, but yet the bomb was dropped on them. And this is, I think, the hypocrisy that we have never talked about when we talk about wars. There's a lot of hypocrisy in wars. Why people do certain things is not because of humanity, it's because of themselves, sometimes because of one individual. And I think we need to call on this kind of hypocrisy and single these people out and shame them publicly so that we can get into the crux of the situation here. So Hiroshima, when it exploded, according to my father, every day there was this bomb, this siren. That aeroplane comes around, and when the siren, they will go down into the bomb shelter, and then the second siren means the plane is off. Then they will go out of the bomb shelter and attend their classes again. But on the 6th of August, it was slightly different. There was a siren, and they went to the bomb shelter. And then when the aeroplane flew away, there was a second siren, and they went out. But the bomb has not exploded. When they are out in the open, then the bomb exploded. And normally the traditional bombs will just damage, a localized sort of area. But this one is spread over the whole of Hiroshima, and 150,000 people died almost instantly at that particular point in time. And that's, I think, a point to reckon with, that we can kill people as many as 150,000 instantly, almost in a split second, all right? And they do not know what's happening because there's no precedence to this. And everybody is trying to understand what's happening, including the people who dropped the bomb, but they have not experienced this. So there are a lot more implications on this, but despite that, a second bomb was dropped in Nagasaki 3 days later on the 9th of August. And equivalent damage was done. And I wrote that here, Hiroshima was chosen to be the guinea pig for the first use of nuclear weapon. We knew, I think after the Manhattan Project, we knew what it was, how damaging it is, but we still want to try it on people. But this is the other issue, that not on the people of themselves, people of different color. Because it's Asian, they will try it on Asian. And I think this needs to be taught. Like, racism starts there. Yeah, racism starts 77 years ago, as far as war is concerned. And it is no longer what you call a hypothesis. It is now a reality. So when we talk about war, all these issues of values comes in. And that's why the humanitarian mission is a very important mission. You don't care about colors, you don't care about religion, you don't care about who you are. As long as you're a human being, you deserve the respect that you give to everybody else, including yourself. Yeah? So this is a starting point as far as I'm concerned. Every 6th of August, my father will assemble us and repeat the same story. And he will weep at the same time. You know, despite all those things that he has gone through, this is something that he will never forget. And I am the second generation, and we want to bring this over to the younger generation. Yeah? And these are the only time, hopefully, that this ball was dropped, and it was dropped under the Allied force led by the United States at that particular time. Now, so the atomic bomb, I think that this is the true lesson, is a turning point in history. And let's make it a turning point in history that changes people's view on war, to change the way we conduct war, and to change for a better world. I think the last two perhaps is difficult, but the third one maybe is doable. How do you make a better world? To make a better world is to start with a better education. We cannot make a better world with a lousy education, or lousy education means education that is not relevant to us anymore. And increasingly, education today is not relevant to us anymore. You can listen to Greta Thunberg. Every Friday, she will sit in front of the parliament and say, I'm not going to school because you're not teaching me about the future. And finally, she got millions of youngsters to follow her and have this Friday for Futures or something like that, a movement demanding that education must be relevant for the future. And what is the future is a question that we need to ask. Just to give you kind of an example, what you call a comparison, the one on the left is what you see before the bombing. The one on the right is what you see after the bombing. Very clear. Everything else was damaged, and you can see, for example, that is one of the what they call the landmark, and the only building that was left to resemble what Hiroshima was, and that was the building before. And it's a commercial exhibition center where the Japanese exhibits most of their products to be sold or to be marketed and so on and so forth. And that is what is left today. And it remains so as a kind of a symbol of this war. This is a university that my father went, part of it. And this is what Hiroshima looks like after the war. It's everything, it was razed to the ground when my father come up to after he passed out for, I think, overnight. The next day when he walked out and he saw there's no more landmarks for him to follow, to go back to his university or dormitory. The only landmark is to follow the river. And his experience starts when he followed the river and see all sorts of agony that was there. You can imagine this. Tuanku, I also want to sympathize with Baling. You know, I was in Baling in 1974 as a student then, telling the government the Baling people in Baling deserves better. But I'm shocked to hear that Baling was again flooded the way it is flooded. You know, what have we been doing for the last 10, 20 years? Why do Baling deserve this again? Where are the students? Where are the universities? There are 3 universities in Kedah. What have they been doing? You know, these are issues that we need to call for. What is this university for when all the surroundings here are not developed the way it should be developed? The university may be number 1 in the world, but where is our community? Are they number 1 in the world? These are issues that you must question. I hope these law students will be more vocal on this. People who are responsible for these policies needs to be told that we are now out of order as far as education is concerned. And this could be one of the things that we end up at the end of the day, despite the many things. I think this is what we are seeing now, the increasing threat of the nuclear war. We talk so much about North Korea, but North Korea is not the culprit on this. It's just a kind of a propaganda to divert people's attention to North Korea. You will see the statistic later. And there's fights, but one of the things that I think we were hoping for is this Security Council 250 that talks about the member states, regional organization, United Nations system, including peacekeeping and special political mission to coordinate and increase the engagement in implementation of Resolution 2050. And I think this Resolution 2050 is the one that follows Resolution 3025, I think, that calls on women, peace and security. And then again 2018, and then again 2020, 3 times, to ensure dedicated capacities with regard to youth, peace and security. Okay, that is 2020 is the last one. What have we done? We cannot be having resolutions after resolutions and nothing else is happening. This has been said just now, is a thematic resolution on youth, peace and security, unanimously adopted to recognize that young people, all of you, play an important and positive role in the maintenance and promotion of international peace and security. So that is one of the basic fundamentals as far as our role is concerned in the university as such. Yeah. I just want to quote the Secretary General's envoys on youth. The atomic bomb attack of Hiroshima and Nagasaki should always remind us, especially the younger generation, how important disarmament and denuclearization is. Younger people age of 30, under 30, sorry, account for half of the world population. You're a whole lot of you. And you can't achieve the world peace without half of the world population. So it is very, very much important for you to recognize what role that you need to play. Maybe not internationally, but locally. Peace will probably start from small and grow bigger. These are the numbers I was telling you. We look at North Korea, there's only one, what do you call, bar there that represent maybe 20 nuclear heads. Yeah. What about United States? What about Russia? All right. We seldom talked about them. And we keep on, what do you call, talking about North Korea. Of course, they are naughty as well, but they're not as naughty as the others. And these are the 5 countries that you need to pay attention to. Yeah, US, Russia, UK, France, China, not North Korea. All right. And these are why? Because these are the people who have finally reject the TPNW immediately after it is declared to be, quote unquote, the rectified treaty. Just to also give you a kind of what do you call indication, that is Ukraine, and that is Russia. All right, and this is what's happening now. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. So there is also a contending or competing sort of interest. It is called the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and all the blue colors are the one that comes from the 5 countries I was telling you: Russia, US, UK, France, and also China. Right, and they are one that is rejecting this, and they feel the prohibition is too much. They just want to talk about non-proliferation and so on. So for that is a kind of issue, but we will not go into this. So over the period, numbers of people gathering to sign the TPNW, and finally in the year 2021, I think October, it was rectified, and then it goes into force. And that's the 5 countries that I want you to pay attention to, because they immediately rejected this in a statement that I will quote later. Malaysia, alhamdulillah, almost missed the deadline, but we got into number 46, I think, in September 2020. All right, and that guy looks very surprised that he signed it. You know, well, at least he does. He did. Okay, but we are thankful for that. So January 2021, where it got into force, and I think this is where we need to start the work. Yeah, it get into force, but nothing happens, then it means just as good as nothing actually take place as far as that's concerned. So the question that I'm going to ask, are we ready? We have got this signed, you know, Malaysia is part of it and all of us are part of it. These are the questions I think we were talking about just now, about the extreme weather events, all the disasters that we see today has something to do with this. Yeah, who are at risk? Certainly the most vulnerable, most of us. What is at risk? I think we need to know this. What are the other challenges? And how resilient are we? This is a question that I think we are now focused on. How resilient are we through education? What do education makes us now? Yeah. So if we are not ready, then a world without nuclear weapons means nothing to us, right? And what is the 5 countries said? The 5 countries said this almost immediately. We will not support, sign, rectify this treaty, and they will also say that this is not binding on our countries, right? And that immediately follows an action by Russia. Russia used the word deterrent forces, and they're combat ready. And what does it mean? It means they are implying also nuclear war, if it's possible. Yeah, and in fact, there was a threat also to United States at one point, right? Some people call this a tactical nuclear. In other words, it is not a whole thing, but you just target certain areas. But that's Hiroshima and Nagasaki. You target Hiroshima, you target Nagasaki, but what you target is not selective. As you can see from the picture, everything was destroyed, all right? So all these terminologies, collateral damage, tactical, these are the hypocrisy that I'm saying. Yeah? And we use these words as though it is real. It is not real. It's just an excuse for them to do something and get away with it by the kind of semantics that they use. So these are issues at the moment in time. In fact, the war now is, as far as I'm concerned, it is with these 5 countries until and unless they understand what it's all about. Then it is just another paper sign and nothing happens to it. So why are we so worried about this? Not only the war that we have seen in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but the kind of war that we will see if the next nuclear. I think Ms. Sahar talked about this when we talk about the nuclear winter. All right. So what is the next war? The next war looks something like this, right? At the end of the day, the war will end up in a nuclear winter. What is a nuclear winter? Nuclear winter is when all the soot and the dust goes up in the air and the whole world is engulfed into a kind of a darkness. And that's almost winter. And it is probably in the middle of the day, but everything is so dark and so cold because there's no now sunlight coming through. And it will be for months and months and years and years. You just imagine, yeah, when we talk about climate change, global warming, we are not able to solve that. Are we able to solve this when the whole world is engulfed in a suit that everything else is not, the way it should be? So we will imagine this. Suddenly we'll have winter in Malaysia. We can now use your winter clothing if you have, but that's not the time to do this, right? And this is the reality of the situation. There are books and books written for this, the artist's impression of what will happen. And wearing this mask is already suffocating. Imagine wearing this for the whole of your life, if you want to survive, or if you survive, right? So the 2 words that I think I want to, it's cold and dark. Yeah, if you can imagine this, you put on an air-conditioned room and switch off the lights and see how do you feel. You can already experience your winter nuclear by your own making. And these are things that we want to avoid because there's no way out the moment we go into this kind of a disaster or chaos as well. So I want to relate this now to what can we do, not only as youth, as people like me who are quite responsible over what's happening. I think we have done a bad work as far as this war is concerned. If you want to have a war world without nuclear war, I think 2 things needs to happen. When you go back to what we call the sustainable development goals, they have got goal number 16 and goal number 17. The goal number 16 talk about peace, justice, and strong institutions, including the universities. Is university part of this institution that promotes peace and justice? If it's not, then we are not relevant. All right. And we can only do that when we talk about partnership, partnering with anybody who can contribute, including Red Crescent, whoever else, including the people on the ground who wants to work with you. If we don't have these 2, then I think it's difficult to imagine what the world without a nuclear war, or without war, forget about the nuclear, is all about. Yeah? Now, from then, I think we can start to work on other issues that talks about the other goals yeah, in terms of development, in terms of climate change, in terms of life, be it underwater or be it above water. Like I say, we talk about Rahmatan lil Alamin, it's not just human life, it's other life form at the same time, including the environment, right? And then only we talk about whatever else that is necessary for us, including poverty, right down to equity and so on and so forth. Right now, we are talking about just the third layer without relating it to the first and the second layer. How do you put this together so that at the end of the day, we will have what we call this, the goals that to transform the world. And it's the same thing like what you call the treaty. We want to transform the world, but it is more of the kind of work that we can do every day, right? That will culminate, inshallah, to the nuclear weapon ban or prohibition. Yeah? There are 5 elements that you need to talk about. I just want to put this on paper. And this is about the same thing that we are talking about. It's about people, it's about planet, it's about prosperity, it's about peace, it's about partnership. All your education do not address this, then education is not right. The education must address this 5. The people, the planet, prosperity, equitable prosperity, and peace and partnership. Right? Then you can talk about the sustainable development goal, which will add on to your, what you call, aspiration to have a nuclear-free world and community and so on and so forth. So this is something that I think we need to relate to, because talking about just nuclear war without relating it to bigger issues will make us handicapped. Some people are not able to relate to other issues around. Now everything in planning talks about sustainable development. The 12 Malaysia Plan talked about sustainable development. You can only relate that to nuclear weapons. They will not talk about nuclear weapons particularly on that particular issue. How do you relate this? How do you connect the dots? Is something that we need to think about. Okay? And for that, I think if you drop the bomb, then the 5 things will go. Yeah, and we are back to this nuclear winter or even worse. What we need to do now is therefore to bring this whole notion of nuclear ban so that we can get back the 5. And these 5 is what the fundamentals of education is all about. So if you can now go down to the specifics of this when you talk about just peace alone. Yeah, there are many targets, but I just want to talk about 5 targets, which I think is essential to significantly reduce all forms of violence related and related death rates everywhere. And this is the first lesson that my father taught me. Yeah, to reduce all forms of violence, aggression, even hatred. And it starts with you and your mind. If you cannot control your mind, then it's so difficult to do something else. If I were to hate anybody for no reason, or even for some reasons, then I'm able to rationalize. Because your mind will create the words, the words will be transformed to action, action will be the behavior will turn to habit, habit becomes your destiny. And how many of us are trained in this? Control your mind to talk about peace and not to talk about hatred. All religion talks about this. Islam talks about the Islam is peace. But how much of hatred in the Islamic world alone? Yeah? And these are issues that I think we need to come to bear at the end of the day. This is starting with yourself. Forget about other people. If you cannot manage yourself, then you cannot manage other people. Right? Second target to end abuse, exploitation, trafficking to all forms of violence against others. It's children, women, and things like that. Once you manage yourself, then chances of managing others is okay. If you cannot manage yourself, then... So when people ask me what's about bullying, bullying is about people who are not able to manage themselves. And they're not taught to manage themselves in schools. Yeah? How do we do this? And how can we create this as a kind of a mission? To promote rule of law, then it gets bigger. Yeah, the rule of law at national, international level, and ensure equal access to justice and for all. Yeah? And this is what the Dean was saying. How do students learn about justice, fairness, and equity? And I think that's again the fundamental about peace. No equity, no justice, and no fairness, there will be no peace. People keep on being discriminated and so on and so forth. By 2030, let's also give a deadline to reduce illicit finance, armed flows, strengthen recovery of return of stolen assets, and combat all forms of organized crime. Right? Forget organized crime alone. Militarism itself is already a problem. I was reading one statistic that says the expenditure spent on military in a year is equivalent to 600 years of United Nations operational budget. 1:600. Yeah. So until and unless we start to reduce all this, we will not be able even to come close to what we talk about expenditure for peace rather than for what you call for military purposes. And last but not least is what we are facing now in Malaysia: reduce corruption and bribery of all forms, because it looks as though that is the root of everything else. Yeah. So if we can just work on these 5, I think we're already beginning to take a step. Let's not imagine how to get the France, UK, US but just work around this among ourselves. Perhaps we can start to journey as far as the world free is concerned. The people are also arguing the non-proliferation treaty will also work on this. I have no comments on that, but there are other areas that I think we also need to look at. And when the Security Council 2025 also have got a good toolkits on this. Yeah, they talk about 4 or 5 things. I think you can just Google this also. It says today's generation of youth is the largest in the world has ever known. The young people often form majority of the population of countries affected by armed conflict. We know this very well because most of the war-torn students are in this university. China, the Uyghurs, yeah, Yemen, Syria, Libya, they keep on talking about this all the time, right? But the university is not affording education on that score. Disruptions of youth access to education and economic opportunities has a dramatic impact on the durable peace and reconciliation. I would want to clarify what sort of education. Yeah? Education that talks about maximizing profit and only about livelihood and not life is not the education that we talked about. How do education balance livelihood and life, right? You have a lot of money, but you're locked down, then your money is useless. You have a lot of money, you have nothing to buy, and that's your money is useless, provided you can eat your money. If you can eat your money, then I think it's okay. Youth should actively be engaged in shaping the lasting peace and contributing to justice and reconciliation. We talked about that. A large youth population present a unique demography, dividend that can contribute to the lasting peace and economic if inclusive policies are in place. Inclusiveness, no one left behind, is the cliche of today, but I doubt whether we can do this without having changing ourselves first. Right? We can talk about inclusiveness for all we care, but we ourselves are not inclusive. It doesn't mean much. Yeah? So we can go on. There is a toolkit. I will not belabor on this. It talks about participation. It talks about promotion. It talks about partnership, and it talks about disengagement and reintegration. I think the last one is very important. Yeah, how do you actually understand this issue from your perspective? I want to introduce this. Probably you must have seen this. The guideline of Security Council Resolution 2050, and this is where all this so-called toolkit is there. And I also want to introduce these 2 networks you must have known. Yeah, one is United Network of the Young. If you are not part of it, I think we should be part of it. This is a very international sort of network. And the other one that I like is Search for Common Ground. We always search for uncommon ground. How different am I from you? That's a question that we ask. We never ask how common we are. What similarities have we got? Yeah. When you talk about the wars, it is about dissimilarity rather than similarities. The more similarity you've got, perhaps the better chance for you to collaborate and work together. So I think I stop there. My half an hour is up. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I hope this helps to your discussion as you go on. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Tan Sri Rector, for the keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, the event today will be continued with the presentation of the token of appreciation. First, I would like to invite Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of IIM, accompanied by Ms. Sahar Harun, the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, Regional Legal Advisor for Southeast Asia and Japan, and Dr. Farid Sufyan Shoaib, the Dean of Ahmad Ibrahim College of Laws, IIM, to present a token of appreciation to Yang Teramat Mulia, Datuk Sri Diraja Tan Sri Tunku Puteri Intan Safinas, binti Almarhum Sultan Abdul Halim Muazzam Shah, Tunku Temenggung Kedah, National Chairperson of the Malaysian Red Crescent Society, MRCS. Next, I would like to invite Yang Teramat Mulia Datuk Seri Diraja Tan Sri Tunku Puteri Intan Safinas binti Almarhum Sultan Abdul Halim Muazzam Shah, Tunku Temenggung Kedah, to present a token of appreciation to Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Director of IIUM. Please welcome. Thank you, Her Highness and Tan Sri. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next event, please remain seated for the photography session. Members of the floor, we will now be having a 20-minute tea break, and we will continue with the panel discussion after this. With that, let me invite Her Highness, accompanied by fellow VIPs, for the tea break. For now, thank you and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and we will meet you after this.
Selamat datang, ahlan wa sahlan. Welcome to the International Islamic University Malaysia or IIUM, an international award-winning institution for sustainability, your garden of knowledge and virtue. IIUM was established on the 20th of May 1983. English and Arabic are used as the medium of instructions to enhance its global orientation. The philosophy of the university was inspired by the spirit of Tawhid, leading towards the recognition of Allah as the absolute creator and master of mankind. IIUM triumphs to lead the way to become the Khalifah of Allah, to expand the culture of Iqra, to fulfill the amanah, and to realize the meaning of Rahmatan lil Alamin. The university has several campuses spread across several states of Malaysia, each providing different fields of study. IIUM offers nearly 200 academic programs in 17 kuliahs and institutes. The main campus is in Gombak, Selangor, covering 700 acres, beautiful architecture with elegant Islamic style buildings. Gombak campus is blessed with majestic green forested limestone hills and a cool calming river, nature's wonders of flora and fauna, a conducive environment for study. Kuliah of River Knowledge and Human Sciences, or KIRTHS, is the largest kuliah in the university with more than 5,000 students. It was formed to integrate human sciences and river knowledge disciplines. The kuliah offers courses that bridge the divide between Islamic and secular sciences. Other kuliah of IIUM in Gombak campus are Kuliah of Economics and Management Sciences, Kuliah of Engineering, Kuliah of Architecture and Environmental Design, Kuliah of Information and Communication Technology, Kuliah of Education, Center for Languages and Pre-University Academic Development or CELPAD, and IIUM, Academy of Graduate and Professional Studies. The campus offers complete range of facilities, including on-campus housing, a mosque, 2 state-of-the-art sports complexes with Olympic-sized swimming pools, a fully equipped library with more than 2 million printed and digital materials supported by online databases, a medical clinic, convenience stores, a post office, and 3 Malaysian commercial banks. The Kuala Lumpur campus at Pasaran Duta houses the International Institute of Islamic Civilization or ISTAC. ISTAC aims to proliferate studies on Islamic civilization through learning, research, and exchange ideas and knowledge. The Kuantan campus is located on 1,000 acres of land, just like a garden within a valley, surrounding by lush greenery. This campus is well equipped with state-of-the-art technology for teaching and learning that offers medical science, pharmacy, allied health sciences, nursing, sciences, and dentistry courses. The Sultan Ahmad Shah Medical Center at IIUM or SASMEC in Kuantan was built on 27.8 acres of land for undergraduate and postgraduate teaching hospital and tertiary referral center, complementing the medical and allied health faculty provisions. Another IIUM campus, which is situated in the state of Pahang, is the Center for Foundation Studies or CFS in Gambang. The Pago campus in Johor houses the Kuliah of Languages and Management or KLM. IIUM will continue to be competitive in its mission to make Malaysia a global center of excellence for tertiary education. It will also continue to make significant contribution. One of it is to serve the Ummah. IIUM, leading the way, Khalifah, Amanah, Ikram, Rahmatan lil Alamin.
To all worlds, for all mankind. We are a place of accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue. Barriers and records.
IAM melangkah sejarah tersendiri
From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world, for all mankind.
We are a place of accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers in records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
We make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world for
We are a place of accomplishments.
Recognize Islamic finance.
From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers in records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia, the garden of knowledge and virtue.
We make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the worlds for
We are a place of accomplishments.
Recognize Islamic finance.
From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving?
Okay, thank you, thank you. Betul. Potong panjat sorry ya. Boleh tak? Apa dia dengan panjat?
Boleh Kak? No worries. Yang panel discussion ni saya sebut panelist dengan moderator, okay? Tapi dah kata saya tak sebut apa tu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and a very good morning, everyone. We will now begin our first panel discussion with the title Youth and Advocacy Towards Eliminating Nuclear Weapons. Today, we have invited three panelists for this discussion. Our first panelist is Mr. Amir Ruzain, a law student from the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, ICOL, of the International Islamic University Malaysia, and also an IIUM youth representative. Our second panelist is Ms. Michelle Chiu Ji, the chairperson of the National Youth Council of the Malaysian Red Crescent Society. Our third panelist is Ms. Olivia To Zhe Hui, the C and EA Senior Diplomat of the MUN Impact Model United Nations representative. And our first panel discussion will be moderated by Ms. Amy Norhana, a law student from Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, ICOL, International Islamic University, Malaysia. Without further ado, let me give the floor to our moderator, Ms. Amy. Please welcome.
Thank you, Masuk Suharmi. Yang teramat mulia Datuk Seri Diraja, Tan Sri Tunku Puteri Intan Safinas binti Almarhum Sultan Abdul Halim Muazzam Shah, Tunku Temugung Kedah, National Chairperson, Malaysian Red Crescent Society, MRCS. Respected Prof. Dr. Farid Sufian, Suhaib, Dean, Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, IIUM, ICOL. Respected guests, distinguished panelists and moderator, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first panel discussion, where we will discuss an exceptionally interesting topic, which is youth and advocacy towards eliminating nuclear weapons. And my name is Amy. I have just completed my law degree here in Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws. Hence, it is with great honor for me to come back today to be your moderator for today's panel discussion. To discuss today's topic, I am lucky to have with me three exceptional panelists, and I will further introduce the panelists that we have today. Firstly, we have Mr. Amir Ruzain, who is a member of the IIUM Model United Nations Club, and over the last few years, he has actively participated in various international United Nations conferences. Mr. Amir is also the current president of TPNW, a volunteering and mentoring-based club focusing on mentoring programs on school children, feeding the homeless, and also engaging with refugees. Currently, he is completing his law degree as well in IIUM, ICOL, making him my junior, and he is preparing to enter his third year semester next month. And on a side note, Mr. Amir's hobby are to learn about world history and politics, and he takes an avid interest in international relations and modern geopolitics. Thank you, Mr. Amir, for being here with us today. Secondly, we have Ms. Michelle. Ms. Michelle Chiu Ji is the chairperson of the Malaysian Red Crescent Society, or for short, MRCS, inaugural National Youth Council. In 2019, she was elected as Asia Pacific's representative to the Youth Commission of the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, or for short IFRC, and subsequently she was appointed as the IFRC's youth representative to the Big Six Youth Organization's Global Youth Mobilization Project Board in December 2020. And she is actively involved in various field and governance roles, and she focused on first aid, climate action advocacy, humanitarian education, and also disaster response. Ms. Michelle is currently completing her undergraduate studies in applied economics and business analytics at Monash University, Malaysia. On the fun side, she often plays Sudoku while commuting, and interestingly, she has a mini zoo of plush animals at home. Glad to have you here, Ms. Michelle. Last but not least, we have beside me, Ms. To Zhi Hui, or Ms. Olivia To. She is a senior diplomat for Southeast and East Asia at MUN Impact. She has also served as the deputy head girl and student vice council president in her high school years. And currently, Ms. Olivia is pursuing her A-levels course at College Yayasan UEM. Not to forget, Ms. Olivia is a published author of her own poetry and is passionate about healthcare, education, and sustainable development goals, or known as SDGs. Great to have you on board, Ms. Olivia. Okay, coming to our topic, when we hear about nuclear weapons, I believe most of us would immediately recall one of the most tragic events in history, involving the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. And we know now that not only hundreds of thousands of civilians were killed during that incident, but they will also pose attack consequences even years after that. That include cancer, birth defects, and other acute disorders. And due to this magnitude of danger posed by nuclear weapons, efforts have been made by the United Nations to eliminate such weapons. In fact, the General Assembly of the United Nations have commemorated 26 September every year as the International Day for the total elimination of nuclear weapons. And this day provides an occasion for the world community to reaffirm its commitment in fighting against the use of nuclear weapons in the world. But what we seldom talk about is, where does use come into the picture in the efforts of eliminating nuclear weapons? And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a question which we would answer in the next 50 minutes. And in case anyone of the audience has any question along the way, do hold on to the questions since we will have a 15-minute session, Q&A, at the end of today's discussion. All right, to start off, I believe we can give further context to the audience as to the title of today's panel discussion. If I may ask Ms. Olivia, would you mind sharing with us what really constitutes a nuclear weapon and why the threat of nuclear weapons is even more urgent today than ever before?
Thank you, Ms. Amy, and good morning to everyone in this room. To begin with, according to the Oxford Language Dictionary, nuclear weapons are defined as a bomb or missile that uses nuclear energy to cause an explosion. They were invented during World War II and are commonly known as strategic weapons designed to threaten large populations or to deter attacks. With that said, this leads us into comprehending why they are an urgent threat to tackle today. Firstly, nuclear weapons are a doomsday clock. They are the most destructive weapons ever invented, and the measures taken to launch them are much easier than we expect. In fact, nuclear deterrence has nearly failed several times, with the most famous example being the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis. Besides that, the long list of nuclear accidents, malfunctions, mishaps, false alarms, and close calls continues to grow. This means that nuclear war can emerge even when it's not in the interest of political leaders, or when both sides act in a manner intended to avoid nuclear war. It is as if we are put in a doomsday clock. We are at constant risk of nuclear war anywhere and anytime as long as nuclear weapons exist. Secondly, is because of the humanitarian impact and radioactive consequences of nuclear weapons. If we look back into history, the old atomic bombs dropped on the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki at the end of World War II have caused widespread destruction, leveled cities, and killed a few hundred thousands of people. Now, we have to know that most of the nuclear weapons that exist today are 3,000 times more powerful than the bombs that devastated Hiroshima and Nagasaki. According to the ICRC, the use of nuclear weapons would create a long-term environmental cataclysm, humanitarian impact, and radioactive consequence. It is crucial to note that these effects cannot be contained within national borders and can extend to all life on the planet. No country can adequately respond to the vast suffering and death that would follow any use of a nuclear weapon. And if they were to do so, it would take several decades to reconstruct these societies and infrastructures. Thirdly, this brings us to talk about the waste of these resources. In the world today, humanity faces multiple interconnected threats within a compressed timescale, including climate change, global pandemics, overpopulation, and resource scarcity. According to the former United Nations Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, the world spends more on the military in 1 month than it does on development all year. These spendings could be used to improve, for instance, healthcare and educational systems, but they are used on building these weapons instead. The sort of international cooperation needed to reduce the number of nuclear weapons is similar to that needed to address these other translational needs. It is vital that we eliminate nuclear weapons to improve the chances of successfully addressing other existential threats and view them as national priorities.
Thank you, Ms. Olivia. So we now know that one of the reasons why we should fight against nuclear weapons is, of course, because of the number of warheads right now. We have 3,000 times more powerful nuclear weapons here rather than years before when Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bombed. All right, so I would like to address the second question to Ms. Michelle. Okay, Ms. Michelle, some say that nuclear weapons are a key of international security, while others say that they're simply inhumane and should never be used. So as the chairperson of the National Youth Council, Ms. Michelle, what is your take in this?
Thanks, Amy, for the question. Then once again, very good morning to everyone present here this morning. So I believe that those who would say that nuclear weapons are essential to security are definitely countries who still own nuclear weapons and see them as an essential part of their national defense. But of course, here at the Red Cross and Red Crescent, our stance is very similar to what Ms. Olivia have said earlier with regards to, what a nuclear weapon essentially is, right? Nuclear weapons can cause mass destruction, not only in the sense of, say, human health, where casualties from heat and blast, impacts of a nuclear weapon being detonated, these casualties will actually go on to suffer for a long period of time, even if, for example, they don't pass away immediately. And not only that, right? When we look at the environmental impacts of nuclear weapon, as mentioned earlier this morning in the keynote as well, nuclear weapons, when detonated, what will happen after is that the entire world would likely go into a nuclear winter. And this would actually have had very large negative impacts to our agricultural sector, as well as cause millions to go into hunger and starvation. And of course, at the Red Cross and Red Crescent, when we look at humanitarian impact and response, what COVID has taught us is that our current health systems are not capable to deal with, say, for example, a large-scale pandemic. But what would happen if a nuclear weapon or a nuclear bomb goes off? Would we have the capacity to respond to the amount of sufferings that would happen, say, in just a few minutes or just overnight? Would we have the capacity to deal with the long-term sufferings and the long-term negative impacts and consequences that will actually that are actually going to incur because of the nuclear weapon or the nuclear bomb, right? My answer here is no, we won't. Not even, the largest humanitarian organization like us would have the capacity to respond, because as aid workers, we might be also in the situation of suffering. We might also be affected by the nuclear bombing. And our hospitals might be totally incapacitated to deal with the mass amount of destructions that come in all at once. So therefore, nuclear weapons are definitely inhumane, because at this point of time, and most probably not anywhere in the near future, we will be able to deal with the impacts of nuclear weapons. So what we call on here to all states and public authorities is that if we can't deal with the consequences of something, what we could do is really to prevent it and to ensure that it would never, that a situation like this would actually never happen. Yeah. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Ms. Olivia, for the enlightening input. What really interested me was the fact that how Ms. Olivia actually compared what happened to not only Malaysia, but also to the whole world when the pandemic actually attacked, right? We don't have enough capacity to deal with a pandemic. And what even if millions of people died in a single second and others would just suffer from the consequences, including cancer and congenital defects? and we simply do not have the capacity to deal with this nuclear weapons consequences. Okay, so before we jump into the roles that advocacy of youth advocacy has a part in this issue, I'd like to just gauge the level of awareness that youth has with regard to eliminating nuclear weapons. And I'd like to ask Mr. Ami, as a student yourself, do you think that our youth has sufficient awareness with regard to this issue?
Thank you, Miss Amy, and good morning, everyone. So before I answer Miss Amy's question, I think it is relevant for us to, look back in our history books, especially to any of the any social or civil movement that was done before this. And when we look back, we can clearly see that in the middle of it all, there is the youth. The youth is in the center. So they have played a pivotal role in the success of in most of these social and civil movements. I can say that without the youth, most of this movement would eventually fizzle out, because it is the youth that are on the streets, campaigning and rallying the people for a common cause. So I think it is the same here in regards to the matter of the elimination of nuclear weapons. I think there was a study that a research paper that was conducted in 2017, which surveyed the People's Decade for Nuclear Abolition project that was conducted by the international organization known as Soka Gakkai. This organization was founded in Japan in 1975, and ever since then had actively advocated for the total ban on nuclear weapons. And one of their interesting strategy was to engage with the youth and advocate for them to be in charge of the campaign for the elimination of nuclear weapons. So they conducted a survey in 2010 to 2013, where they asked a number of youth around the world and asked them on their understanding and awareness on whether they know what are nuclear weapons, or do they know what are their capabilities. So from that survey, we can see that around at least 86% of the participants were aware that that there was the events of the atomic bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki was used to end World War II. However, that is the extent of their knowledge in regards to nuclear weapons. So from here, we can see that most of the youth nowadays are generally unaware on the issues of disarmament of nuclear weapons. So one of the factors that we can that contributes to this is that they view that the issue of nuclear weapons are a thing of the past, and they view that if it doesn't directly affect the youth, or they haven't heard it on the news or whatever social media outlet that they are using right now, then it would just stay in the subconscious mind and wouldn't be a concern to them. So basically, it is clear that the youth know about what are nuclear bombs, but they don't know how to deal with them. And unfortunately, our school curriculum do not have have not exposed the youth on the long-lasting ramifications of nuclear weapons, as what have been mentioned by my fellow panelists. And I believe that this is a missed opportunity because when we exclude in our curriculum on what the effects of nuclear weapons on the victim themselves, we are excluding the human aspect of our education. So our youth later on would not have the capacity to understand and to relate back to the topic. And so, therefore, I think that I think that the youth right now have the opportunity to raise their awareness.
Thank you, Mr. Ami. I think one of the most important aspects that we should look upon with regard to the level of awareness as to this issue among youth is the fact that it might not be such a close issue to our heart. This is because maybe Malaysia, praise be to God, that has been very peaceful as so far, that we are not quite exposed to the consequences of nuclear weapons to the world. There is a finding where youth is more exposed and are more engaged with regard to this issue. If, for example, we call upon survivors of the Hiroshima bombing, for example, so that they can share with us the personal experience and to give youth the courage and also the sufficient awareness to actually do something about this issue. Right, thank you, Ms. Ami, again. The next question, I will address this question to Ms. Michelle. In the legal perspective, right, Ms. Michelle, would you mind sharing with us the relevance of international humanitarian law, or IHL, with regard to the elimination of nuclear weapons?
Once again, thank you, Ms. Amy. It is very doubtful that the usage of nuclear weapons could ever be in accordance with the principles of international humanitarian law. So if we look at IHL, international humanitarian law, and some of the rules that is contained in IHL as per se, we'll be able to see that there are rules prohibiting attacks directed at civilians or civilian objects. There are rules against or that prohibits indiscriminate attacks, which means attacks that wouldn't be able to differentiate whether you're a civilian or whether you're the armed forces. There's a rule on the protection of the natural environment. There's a rule of proportionality. So if the weapon use is not proportionate to the amount of destruction that it would actually cause, so if it would actually cause more sufferings to civilians or people that are not directly involved in the armed conflict, these kinds of weapons are all actually prohibited by IHL. And once again, we then go back to the earlier conversation on the nature of nuclear weapons. We are able to clearly see that the use of nuclear weapons would not, or it would be very difficult for nuclear weapons to really abide by these rules. I think as mentioned earlier as well, although some parties argue that, nuclear weapons can be targeted, say to a certain area or to a certain locality, but the history, history has actually shown us, in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, that the effects of this destruction spans way beyond the target areas and affect the lives of thousands and millions of people for years and years to come, right? It has been detailed in various studies that nuclear weapons would have severe consequences. In fact, it was highlighted by the International Court of Justice in its 1996 advisory opinion on the legality of nuclear weapons, where it notes that nuclear weapons are explosive devices whose energy results from the fusion or fission of the atom. And that is why they have ruled that by its very nature and in the way that nuclear weapons exist today, as what Olivia mentioned, where their power of destruction is way more beyond what they were during the 1945 bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And therefore, there is the potential that once a nuclear bomb is detonated, it will be able to destroy all civilization, as well as the entire ecosystem on this planet. And therefore, in line with IHL, the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons comes very timely as an instrument to actually encourage state parties to abide by international humanitarian law, so that all nuclear weapons will be destroyed and hopefully never to be used again in all kinds of war. Because the ICRC and the Japanese Red Cross Society have witnessed firsthand the suffering and devastation caused by the atomic bombing then. humanitarian personnel, as I've mentioned earlier, have attempted in nearly impossible conditions to assist the dying and injured, but it has proven that they have no capacity to do so. And therefore, that is why I think there is an increasing urgency from all relevant stakeholders to call on, the necessary actors to actually act on and abide by IHL. And one way of doing this is really to ratify the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Michelle. Okay, so from what Ms. Michelle has shared with us just now, it can be seen clearly now that international humanitarian law does not allow the use of nuclear weapons in the first place due to its nature and danger that it poses to the world as a whole. And that comes to the international arena, right? I think the youth nowadays might not be much exposed to these international efforts in eliminating nuclear weapons. So I would like to ask Ms. Olivia. Ms. Olivia, as the Model United Nations representative, would you enlighten us as to the efforts that have been done in eliminating nuclear weapons in the global arena?
Thank you, Ms. Amy, for that second question. For background knowledge, since the founding of the United Nations, the elimination of the indiscriminate and inhumane nuclear weapons has been the top disarmament priority for the UN and one of its oldest goals. So let me start off with treaties as the international efforts that have been implemented. On the 5th August 1963, the Test Ban Treaty was signed in Moscow. The treaty prohibited nuclear weapon tests or any other nuclear explosion in the atmosphere, in outer space, and underwater. On 1st July 1968, the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons was signed by the United Kingdom, the United States, the Soviet Union, and 59 other states. The three major signatories who possess nuclear weapons agreed not to assist other states in obtaining or producing them. On 7th July 2017, the UN Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, the TPNW, or the Nuclear Weapon Ban Treaty, was adopted. It is the first legally binding international agreement to comprehensively prohibit nuclear weapons, with the ultimate goal being their total elimination. With Malawi's ratification on 29th of June 2022, the TPNW reached 66 state parties. Furthermore, I would like to echo what Ms. Amy said about youth not being engaged enough in this issue of nuclear weapons. In favor of this thing that Ms. Amy had brought up, and in favor of this conference theme on the role of youth, the UN Secretary General's agenda for disarmament recognizes youth as the ultimate force for change. On 12 December 2019 and 6 December 2021, the United Nations General Assembly reaffirmed the important and positive contributions that young people can make in sustaining peace and security. They did so by adopting a consensus on a resolution on youth, disarmament, and non-proliferation. The resolution was introduced by the Republic of Korea and co-sponsored by 42 additional governments, which include a mix of nuclear-armed, nuclear-allied, and non-nuclear countries. It calls on governments, UN agencies, and civil society to educate, engage, and empower youth in the fields of disarmament and non-proliferation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olivia. So we can see that youth has been recognized by the United Nations, that youth has the power to actually make a difference. However, I believe that many of the youth can relate with me, that some of them might feel distant with regard to this issue because they may feel like they don't have the ability to really make the change, if you get what I mean. Because in the end, people would say that the governments have the say in this, and in fact, the international entities like the United Nations have the say in this. What does youth have to fight nuclear weapons? So I would like to ask Mr. Ame, is that really true? Does youth does not have the power to make a difference, or does youth actually has the ability to influence how governments think in regard to this matter?
Okay, well, we have to look at the current generation of youth right today, who are, I believe, mostly live their life online, meaning to say they live, they eat, they breathe on the internet, especially on social media. And because of this, they are overexposed by constant information and news. And sometimes those kind of news usually can be very upsetting. You know, when we look at the news nowadays, it's usually about how this world is almost near bankruptcy, or there is a new conflict arising somewhere in the Middle East, perhaps. And this constant bombardment of news, of upsetting news, can have the tendency to make the viewer, in this case, the youth, more indifferent when they see this when they hear this news, because I believe that it's too overwhelming when they are regularly seeing bad news on the internet. And for someone who has been on who is regularly updating on like what is currently happening on like the international geopolitics, for example, it can be overwhelming. So it is called, it is a new term perhaps, it's called doomerism, where it's the feeling of hopelessness and pessimism of the viewer when they hear about another global crisis. But, you know, I think I like to quote what was stated by US Senator Bernie Sanders when he answered the same question about doomerism. He said, for the youth, we have despair is not an option for us. It is undeniable that we, the youth today, are living in unprecedented times with growing crises by the day, with climate change, with financial issues or inequality, and now with we can see that there is a movement for the proliferation of nuclear weapons, and it begins to look like there is going to be a new Cold War. So, but you know, we as the youth, I think that we don't have the opportunity to be despair, because this is because sorry, because we cannot afford to be despair. And despite what the internet wants us to believe, that how bad the world is, I think we cannot discredit what the youth have been able to do up to this point. There have been numerous initiatives and significant progress being made to address the issues that I have just mentioned. And undoubtedly, the youth are in the middle of this movement. And coming from my own personal experience in the law school at IIUM, I can see that there are many people who wants to see change, and in fact have gone extreme length to see those changes. So, you know, in the broader sense, the youth had played a major part in the global community, especially in the policy making field. As for instance, the movements such as the Youth for Disarmament, or the initiative of the Young Women in Non-Proliferation Initiative, and as well campaigns put out online. These are all made by the youth for the youth. And I think it has significantly shifted the direction of how the global community see the youth in this aspect, and how they started to recognize the voice of the youth in this matter. So I think it is important for, therefore, there have been several subsequent resolutions that have been made to recognize as well as to empower the youth in the policy making framework. And therefore, I think without a doubt, the youth have made a considerable difference in, you know, when we talk about the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ami, for the enlightening input. I believe what really stood out to me is the fact of youth nowadays might suffer from doomerism because we have like overwhelming inputs in Twitter, for example, in Instagram, where we see people all around the world maybe suffering from one thing or another, right? We have like earthquakes, we have nuclear weapons, we have wars even. So I believe that it might be a new thing to note that youth nowadays might perhaps be a bit, they're not sensitive anymore with regard to these changes because they're very used to it. So what we do need to do now is to engage youth and to stress how this nuclear weapons phenomena will affect them as well if we do not do anything about it, right? And I would like to also note that we have to remember the ripple effect. Like no matter how small youth might feel that they have contributed or they can contribute in this issue, no matter how small it is, it will actually influence others. Okay, so with regard to that, I have a nice question to Ms. Michelle. Can you share with us any recommendations, for example, that perhaps the government, universities, or organizations may do in fostering the participation of youth in eliminating nuclear weapons?
Thanks once again, Ms. Amy. I love this question because I think a lot of people don't ask enough the question on how we actually can engage with young people. We always ask why young people are not stepping up and to do something or, to make their voice heard. But sometimes it's also the fact that there is no platform or there is no space for young people to speak up or to do something about an issue, right? So, but with regards to this particular topic, it has been quite positive or encouraging to see that globally, there are actually quite some youth organizations that have been really engaged in advocating for nuclear disarmament or the nuclear ban. The Japanese youth, for example, is most probably one of the communities that work the hardest on this issue, given their history with nuclear weapons. In fact, a close friend of mine, Haruka Adachi, the Japanese Red Cross youth representative, actually made an appeal to the 2019 Red Cross Red Crescent Council of Delegates to call for a complete ban for nuclear weapons and for it to never be used again. In Japan as well, there have been constant forums and dialogues that have been organized with the hibakushas, survivors of war, and especially from those that really experience the nuclear bombing in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And young people, they're not just passive listeners actually of these stories. In fact, they are active listeners, and as the number of hibakushas are actually getting lesser and lesser nowadays, what young people and how young people are contributing to this is that they have been sort of recording the testimonies of these survivors and compiling them into records so that future generations can still understand the stories of these survivors and be able to listen to what their experience is like. I'm pretty sure that this morning when we heard Tan Sri Rector speaking about the experiences of his father, although it was not a first-hand experience, but it was already enough to move a lot of our hearts just by looking at the devastating pictures on the screen, right? So the impact of really listening to these survivors and listening to their hardships and how they actually managed to survive through what must be a very horrific moment for them could potentially influence generations to come to ensure that there is a need to advocate for nuclear disarmament and nuclear ban, so that me, you, our future generations, or no one else in the world would have to potentially go through sufferings like that. In Malaysia ourselves, actually, if you're familiar with Suka Gakkai, as mentioned by Amil earlier, pre-COVID, there's also something that has been really organized by the youth of Suka Gakkai to advocate for peace as well as a healthy lifestyle. Pretty sure you would have heard of this, which is called the Run for Peace. It's held every other year since 2005, and since then it has actually attracted tens of thousands of participants across Malaysia. So these are all things that we or like organizations, governments can do to engage young people. It's really to open up avenues like them so that they are able to participate. Ami also mentioned earlier that we are a generation that lives on, in the internet or social media, basically, right? So why not use that as a tool for us to speak to young people? Why not use that as a tool for us to spread awareness about this important issue that, as Amy, you mentioned earlier, might not be still, popular in Malaysia? We need to see, we need to actively figure out innovative ways to reach out to the younger generation, because the young generation, as we can see through various global movements on different social issues, when they are united and when they are keen to make change, together we can actually create something that is rather that's rather sensational and rather special, I would say. In fact, there's also something that's called the ICANN Academy, where we gather where they gather young people from all over the world, have online courses on the issue of nuclear weapon, and also bring them to Japan to listen to the stories of Hibakushas. So there are multiple ways that we could really engage with young people when it comes to this issue, right? Besides that, I'm also a firm believer of collaboration and partnerships. So I really love the word when Dan's director mentioned that partnerships are very, very important for issues like this to be able to be carried forward, right? So whether it's partnerships among young people ourselves, whether it's partnerships among civil society organizations, intergenerational partnerships, dialogues like this, where we have the opportunity to talk not only among ourselves, but also to talk to our seniors on, what, for example, nuclear weapons mean to us. Partnership with schools, with institutions, both primary, secondary, and even like higher learning institutions, as well as partnerships with faith-based organizations. These are all ways that we could potentially tap into to really reach out to young people and to engage with young people. Because young people is never a homogeneous group of people. We're diverse, we're interested in all sorts of different things. But there is always an avenue that we can potentially reach out to them. It's just whether we're willing to work together and not compete against each other, to really, ensure that the main goal of the day, which in this case is really to ban nuclear weapons and ensure that it'll never be used again, would be achieved at the end of the day.
Thanks so much, Ms. Michelle. I believe that the most important thing that we have to remember, and the youth would have to remember, is the fact that we can make a difference, and that there are platforms out there for us to be more engaged in this issue and to contribute to eliminate nuclear weapons. There are a start, for example, this panel discussion is a good start where youth are engaged with regard to this issue. And I believe that if this kind of discussions and other platforms are given to be exposed to our youth today, we would be able to take all of our youth in Malaysia in approaching elimination of nuclear weapons. Okay, so I would like to address the next question to Ms. Olivia. So there might be some, ambiguity with regard to what UN programs that the youth in Malaysia can take part in. So as a participant yourself, what are the platforms that Malaysian youth can join with regard to this issue?
Thank you, Ms. Amy, for this question. I'm very excited that you brought up this question, because we here can directly encourage youth to take action by participating in this program. I would like to first mention that I agree with Ms. Michelle on the importance of youth to be able to be engaged in the right platforms, and through these platforms, collaborate with other youth to create a lasting impact. So I would like to take this time to introduce 2 UN initiatives that youth can begin their journey of creating impact in nuclear disarmament. One of the UN initiatives youth can get involved in is the Youth for Disarmament Initiative, which were mentioned by my fellow panelists just now also. This is a youth outreach initiative of the United Nations to educate, engage, and empower youth about international security challenges. The United Nations Office for Disarmament Affairs supports the Secretary General's recognition of the importance of participation of young people in effecting change. Therefore, they established the Youth for Disarmament Initiative. In the framework of its disarmament education program, the office aims to connect geographically diverse young people with experts to learn about current international security challenges, the work of the United Nations, and how they can actively participate. And this is the type of collaboration I believe Ms. Michelle was mentioning just now. The goal of this initiative is to empower youth to make their contribution to disarmament and sustaining peace as national and world citizens. On a side note, the Youth for Disarmament Outreach Initiatives was recognized as the Best Coalition Building Project of 2020 by the Billion Acts of Peace Award, which is an activity of the Peace Jam Foundation and 40 Nobel Peace Prize winners. Another activity youth can participate in is Model United Nations. Model UN conferences and events are hosted worldwide by countless organizations on any topic, which includes nuclear disarmament. In fact, many accomplished and inspirational leaders have themselves participated in Model UN as students, including former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and American writer and global health advocate Chelsea Clinton. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres also highlights the importance of taking part in these Model UN conferences for becoming the global leaders of tomorrow. These conferences will involve stimulating discussions on the topic with knowledgeable youth from around the world, not only including their perspective on the issue, but also the perspective of different countries they are representing to assign the different countries the conference represents them to assign. This makes them be able to be aware of different perspectives of nuclear disarmament from different countries around the world. And the ultimate goal of these conferences will to draft a resolution and to gain consensus to that resolution. Hence, Model UN provides youth across the globe with the unique opportunity to take their first steps towards developing sustainable and comprehensive solutions to the most pressing global issues of today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olivia. So we can see that there are basically 2 main platforms under the UN, which is firstly, the Youth for Disarmament Initiative, and secondly, the Model United Nations. I believe the second one does have quite an attention in our youth, but perhaps we do not have much exposure with regard to the first initiative. So I believe that the youth today can be encouraged to join the first initiative. Okay, coming to the next question, I would like to address this to Mr. Amir. In the normal capacity of a student, with regard to the technology that we have, what does students what can students do actually to eliminate nuclear weapons or to influence others in being convinced that nuclear weapons should never be used in this world?
Okay, before that, I think I like to add on what have been said by Ms. Michelle on our generation. That is, we are a diverse group of people. And not only that, we are very talented, creative, and with the advent of the internet, we are extremely knowledgeable about a lot of things. So I think Ms. Michelle as well as Ms. Olivia has already mentioned what are the platforms and how students or the youth can be engaged in regards to the matter of the banning of nuclear weapons. Therefore, I think, as I've mentioned, that our degree of awareness the youth, generally speaking, their degree of awareness on this issue is relatively low, right? Besides their knowledge on what they have been taught on in history class. So I think in the capacity of a student, the best thing a student or the youth at this point of time is, firstly, I think, is to raise awareness among our own peers, among our own colleagues and friends, as clearly we do, even if we want to discuss further about the banning of nuclear weapons, we are not in the position to give a proper policy because we lack the proper education. So I think that is the most the theme that is going around into this forum, and what was mentioned by our Tan Sri Rector, that is our education. Our education lack the relevancy in order to tackle today's issue, especially in regards to nuclear weapons. So I believe that, so I think we can see that students not only have not been exposed to the proper channels, as what Ms. Olivia has mentioned, the Youth for Disarmament or the Model United Nations. Maybe the Model United Nations is quite popular, but it's still in a very, it's still a minute group. So I think by educating ourselves, I think that is the best method for a student to become more aware and to be better prepared to take a stance, essentially, in regards to the banning of nuclear weapons. So, like we have discussed, this kind of platform should be advocated, and I think as some of us who have been given this opportunity should take what have been taught here and have discussion with our fellow friends. Basically, we have to create more discussions, more awareness. Either it's through formal channel or informal. I think that as I've mentioned, one of the factors why the youth are indifferent was that it is not, the issues of nuclear weapons are not in their mind, essentially. So one of the ways is by having discussion, by having dialogue, because without having dialogue, there can be no movement or change. So basically, we can just be a student and let us engage with other students and let them know how dangerous nuclear weapons are and how it affects all of us. So we have to use the platforms such as social media, and to share and to find like-minded people, so that we can, at least once we are prepared, when we have proper awareness on this matter, we can take the next proper step with with more unity.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ami. I believe what Mr. Ami has shared with us today can be boiled down into 2 points. The first point is where this platform or opportunity that youth can make a difference can be in a way that is formal, or secondly, in a way that is informal, right? So one of the suggestions that the government can take, for example, is to incorporate the effects of nuclear weapons in our syllabus. I remember when I was in Form 4, Form 5, I think that there are 2 pages in my Sejarah textbook with regard to the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But that is grossly insufficient to reflect how much has changed after the bombing, and how much it has impacted them, and how it can impact us years from now, which is why we have to fight against nuclear weapons. And with regard to the informal opportunity, for example, we can see that there is a lot of platforms nowadays, for example, Instagram, Twitter, and also TikTok, which might have like some backlash in the past, but right now we can't deny that most of the youth nowadays is interested in looking at very short videos. It might take 15 seconds, it might take 30 seconds, but ironically, the shorter the video is, the more attention that you may get. So if we can channel this youth to make full use of the platform we have today, with regard to this issue, I believe that the youth can be more engaged in the future. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Ami. I would like to also address one of the last questions to okay, I'm sorry. I think we are done with the first round of questions. Right now, I believe that it is time for the Q&A session. So we will be allocating around 15 minutes if the audience has any questions to, address to our panelists today.
Hello. Hi. Yeah, so I'm right behind you.
Wait.
Yeah, to your left. Hi.
All right. Okay.
All
I
right.
see you now.
Okay, so my name is Harmit from the EU delegation, and thank you so much for the panel discussion. So previously, I think we all understand that to play devil's advocate, right? The main argument for nuclear weapons is deterrence, right? And mutually assured destruction. And we understand now that the cost of it far outweigh the benefits. But having said that, right, the last century has been the most peaceful in human history, and some people attribute it to nuclear weapons. I understand that we require institutions to denormalize, right, this sort of this trend of increasing stockpiles, proliferation. But if you're looking at strategies, if you're looking at non-proliferation vis-a-vis banning it outright, can one argue that there is a place for nuclear deterrence in international security within the framework? And if one can argue that, what are those merits and what would you say to those merits? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry I missed you since you're at the back. May I get your name again?
Yeah, it's Harmit.
Mr. Harmit, thank you so much for the question. So I believe what Mr. Harmit has asked just now is with regard to what arguments that the proponents of nuclear weapons have with regard to why is it necessary in the first place. Is there any panelists which would like to answer the question? Ms. Michelle, if you mind. Yes, Mr. Ami.
Okay, I think it is undeniable that that nuclear weapons had changed how wars are being fought. Yes, there are no more huge conflicts that rivals what we saw in the past century, World War I, World War II. However, we cannot also say that that nuclear weapons has helped in the reduction of conflicts that has started after World War II. And those conflicts are, they don't have does not involve nuclear weapons at all. So there are two arguments that nuclear weapons have benefited us, and that is, what have been mentioned by, that is deterrence, as well as the concept of mutual assured destruction. But if we reanalyze back what the past 50 decades when nuclear bombs were first invented, we can see that there are a few times that we got almost lucky. During the Cuban Missile Crisis, we were almost at the brink of another nuclear war fallout, but it was because of the rationality of those people back then that we were able to avoid such catastrophe. However, at this point of time, we may argue that those kind of that those kind of rationalities are no longer there. We cannot argue that deterrence will forever maintain the status quo, because humans are irrational in nature and they can become reckless. And imagine we have 15,000 nuclear warheads being operated around the world, and imagine that one day, just because of a minor conflict, it could erupt into all-out nuclear warfare. And that is why it is better that these kinds of weapons are not to be in our hands in the first place.
Is it okay if I respond to that?
Yeah, sure, Mr. Harmit.
Yeah. Okay, and I think that's exactly the conversation that we should be having, right? But so I want to raise 2 points. The first being that in the USSR, the vast amount of nuclear warheads were kept in the Ukraine region that is currently now known as the modern state of Ukraine. And one could argue that if those warheads were not dismantled and shipped back to Russia, and if they were kept in Ukraine, the reality may be that we may have avoided the Russian invasion of Ukraine, right? You could say that. So you could say that in instances where nuclear weapons are involved, such as in the the Indian and Pakistan border, we've seen that escalation has remained limited. So there are also arguments on the other side of that as well, right? And so and hence the reason why it's really complicated. And for your second point of the irrationality of political actors, shouldn't we then push the agenda for greater diplomacy, greater communication, and further checks and balances, of which the TPNW, right, is a part of, right? So it's a part of a larger framework where we have more checks and balances. But to ban it outright, there's so much of incentives for a rogue actor to not conform, right, in game theory. So I think the issue is way more complicated, and to those people who are claiming it to be more complicated, right, who understand these nuances, what can we say? Because I would want to see a world without nuclear weapons as well. How do we convince them?
Thank you, Mr. Harmit. Again, is any panelists would like to address that concern?
Yeah, I guess I'll go. But then again, I just really want to bring back to Amil's earlier point on the irrationality of human being, right? As much as I agree that yes, it's high time to call for, better diplomacy strategies across the world, further measures of check and balances to be in place. But I think what really threatens humanity currently is how easy is it for people that are in power at this moment to throw out words that can possibly risk millions of lives. And it is also very unsettling to know that people in power can, just with a flick of a button, be able to actually detonate nuclear weapons. And although in, say, like my position or in our position, we cannot necessarily get in touch with those actors that firmly believe in nuclear deterrence and the need for nuclear weapons to be maintained to prevent greater destruction, I still think it is necessary to use the power of, sort of public voices to somewhat force them to take action. Because I believe that no one here wants to live in a world where there is this constant threat that, any second of the time, if the president or, the leader of a certain country with nuclear weapons say that they want to launch a nuclear attack, there's almost literally nothing me, you and I could do, right? So I think and I'm not sure whether it is actually the answer to this issue, right? But I think that what recent times has told us with the increasing political, geopolitical instabilities across the region and the world that we have experienced. We really need to look at this issue more seriously. We need to unite the voices of the public. We need to learn from the experiences of people who have been through those sufferings. And we need to bring them to the attention to world leaders, whether they are in favor or whether they are not in favor of, adhering to the nuclear ban. Because when TPNW was first discussed, there are countries that are very, very vocal against it. And one can only think of why they are that vocal against, something that could potentially destruct or eliminate the entirety of humanity. Always leaves sort of room for questions as to, whether there's more of a hidden agenda or whether there's more room for whether there's sort of something behind the scenes that might not be known to us, like the civilian population, right? So yeah, that's my answer really. To hopefully use the power of our voices, civilians' voices, to call upon our own state governments, or if our own state governments have already agreed to, for example, the TPNW, to encourage them to influence other state actors to really take upon and commit to TPNW as a whole. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Michelle, Mr. Ami, and as well, Mr. Hermit, for the question and answers. I believe that if I were to tie up the question and answers given by the panelists, the rationale where these countries can still, be able to own nuclear weapons. The main idea, or the original idea, according to what I read, is the fact that they might want to have, a weapon against another weapon. So if, for example, another country attacks us, then we, for example, a country A, has nuclear weapons to, attack that country. But what I think the community has, failed to recognize or refuse to recognize is the fact that a lot of things can happen, anticipatory attacks, for example, where, the other country might think that, oh, they're attacking us, so we should do something before they attack us. Right. So I believe one of the, most important point for these big countries, for example, United States and Russia, is to remember that they are, in fact, can suffer from this nuclear weapons thing, because I believe it is not sufficient for other countries which do not have nuclear weapons to, have a say and say, oh, you should drop those weapons. But I think it is more, impactful and effective if these countries can recognize that their citizens themselves are at the stake of, losing their existence with regard to these nuclear weapons. So the fact that these weapons can be used wrongly, and the nature of it, I think far outweighs any benefit that it can give to the world. If there are any other questions from the audience?
Yes,
Yes,
moderator.
Your Highness.
I'd just like to make a couple of points. I think for the young people here, just a reminder that in the 70s, in the nuclear weapon states of America, France, that movement such as the Campaign of Nuclear Disarmament, CND, when I was a student, that was very popular, very much took the media, was very much in the forefront, the media in the 70s and 80s, Greenpeace, Friends of the Earth, all campaigned very strongly for nuclear disarmament. I think that's a lesson to be learned there. History has shown us that campaigners began in these nuclear power states. So I think this movement to encourage the nuclear power states to disarm has to come from the voters, has to come from young people in those nuclear power states as well, or more powerfully. So that's one point I think we need to remember, that there's no nuclear power states. The young people there are equally responsible or even more responsible. I think we are doing our part. So those European and nuclear power states have also a big responsibility on their shoulders. And then the other issue that makes retaining nuclear powers very harmful, even though they're not detonated, is actually the process of testing, which I think we haven't discussed much yet, that in testing nuclear weapons causes invariably damage to the environment. As we know, testing was done in the Pacific Islands, and it affected a generation of women and children subsequently. So the impact of weapons is not just does it go off or not. The impact of weapons is also the continuous research that goes on, which has damage on our environment, on our water, on the future of families and generations. So I think this is an issue which we need to still be aware of. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Your Highness. I think that is a very important point that I have just learned today, the constant testing and research. We actually suffer from this even before it is even detonated. Is there any other questions that the audience would like to address?
Miss Moderator, here.
Sorry, right? Oh, I see you.
I'm
Yes.
Darshan, I'm Lostrom from UKM. I do have a question for the panelists. Considering each country has the rights to keep on their sovereignty, which can be seen from the principle of non-intervention, when there is an attack, the country becomes defensive. And taking into account the discussion of the panelists, which is circulating in the fact that we need peace and we would like to avoid catastrophic circumstances and catastrophic consequences of nuclear weapons. And my question is these positions of the authorities and also our youth will be the same if we own the nuclear weapons? Or is it because we don't have nuclear weapons? Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. So I believe that the gist of the question is the stance that we have nowadays, right? Is it because we are youth of Malaysia, a very innocent, very kind-hearted country which do not have any weapons? Yes, nuclear free zone, yes. Or are we just saying this because we do not have any nuclear weapons in the first place? Any panelists would like to address this concern? Ms. Olivia?
Yes, I think I can address this question. I think when we implement a framework on nuclear weapons, what matters is the consistency in the framework, which means it applies to every single country around the world, no matter whether you're a superpower or not. So your question about whether it's because we're youth, so we go against nuclear weapons because they don't affect us that much in what we do daily. I disagree with that because as youth, we are made aware of the consequences of nuclear detonation, and through these consequences, we develop the reason for going against these weapons, not because we don't need them strategically in our lives, because we recognize the impact and the threats that these weapons will bring to humanity and the people around us. And it's also very important to recognize that these are not just random people around us, but it's people with families, people with stories, people with feelings, people we care about and love about. So I think this is a very strong factor in why, this is a very strong reason why youth can stand against nuclear weapons. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Olivia. And thank you for the one who asked. Can I have your name, please? I'm sorry, I didn't get it.
Yes, I'm Darshan.
Darshan, Mr. Darshan from UKM, right? Yeah, thank you so much for the question. I believe that the gist of the answer given by Ms. Olivia is the fact that, regardless where this youth is located, whether they are from countries which have nuclear weapons or countries which do not have nuclear weapons, the very fact that the nature of nuclear weapons can affect anybody, and the fact that these people, this youth, are, for example, are from US, and US has, all people know that US has a lot of warheads, and the fact that they are in that country should actually make them feel more threatened with regard to this issue, because other countries can simply, detonate a nuclear weapon against them, right? So I believe it is the same for everyone. Youth should be extremely concerned with regard to this issue, no matter where they are located. I think that we have another 2 minutes before our Q&A session.
Yes, I am here.
Sorry, where? Oh, yes. Yes, can I have your name, please?
Assalamu alaikum. Dear panelists, actually, my question is very simple. This is my research or my idea. You can treat it like that. the nuclear ban. We are just hearing this, such kind of words since my childhood. Yes, through the social media, news, and so many things. But ultimately, we are not getting any result, right? Result is so 000. I think that those who are owner of the nuclear power, I'm not blaming them. In some cases, it is misused. Like this way, they're threatening, we are suffering from threats of nuclear power, along with they're controlling the whole world economy also. I don't know it's true or false, but what will be the suggestion? What will be the ultimate? Our activities, our young people, right? We are not educating the effects of the nuclear power, how to ban the nuclear power in the world. We didn't yet assign the syllabus or curriculum in the school level and middle school level to make them sincere. But what should we do in this regard? To the respected panelists, this is a very simple question. I think we will get a good answer to solve these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Muhammad Abdul Halim.
Muhammad Abdul Halim, thank you so much for the question. I believe that the summary of the question is that, this issue has been going on for years, but the change might not be seen right now. So what is really the effective solution to this concern? Ms. Michelle?
Yep. And I think the answer has somewhat also been mentioned by Mr. in his question, and also by my fellow panelists earlier in the discussion as well. The ultimate answer here is really education. We need to start by educating ourselves and our generation, as well as future generations, on the negative and severe impacts of nuclear weapons. That is what organizations like us, the Red Cross and Red Crescent, is essentially doing. So for example, at the Malaysian Red Crescent, we have curriculums for our school students in our Red Crescent clubs that teaches them about international humanitarian law. We have programs that are run by our youths on the issue of international humanitarian law, and we constantly do a lot of interactive activities with them, such as online quizzes, online webinars, to really educate them on the issue and to help them understand what might be something that is that seems a bit foreign to them. What an issue that, if say you're not a law student, you might not be able to expose to. But I think really to be able to educate young people at large about this would definitely be the key to solving this issue in the long run, right? Because as more and more young people are aware of the impacts of, say, nuclear weapons, for example, more and more young people would then come out and stand up and say that they want nuclear weapons to be banned. And as young people come together and unite against this, then I believe that in the long run, we will be able to achieve our end goal of banning nuclear weapons. So yeah, simple answer here, education. If the government would want to say, include this in the syllabus so that all children that are exposed to our education system can be educated on the issue, then it's even better, right? So that, can work with organizations like us to be able to reach out to more of the younger generation, to really let them know what the humanitarian consequences of issues like this would eventually be. Yeah.
Yes, I thank you so much for the enlightening response, Ms. Michelle. I believe that Ms. Olivia would like to add on something on that.
Thank you, Ms. Amy. I would like to say that I completely agree with what Michelle said, and echoing to what she said about education being the key to achieving our goal of nuclear disarmament, I would like to specify that specifically interactive learning and interactive education would be the best solution towards this issue. And this is because it's not because we have the lack of framework, but it's the lack of implementation of these frameworks that exist. And in order to achieve these types of implementations, interactive education is needed, as in hands-on education, listening to testimonies and survivor stories, going to places to visit the consequences of radioactive fallout, for instance. These types of learnings will exercise our compassion, as mentioned this morning in the keynote session. And while by exercising this type of compassion, these types of educations may seem like it's small steps, but over generations and generations, what we will notice is that these steps are small, but they are also significant. Over generations, when youth are made aware and when their compassion is exercised to go to stand in favor of nuclear disarmament, what we realize is that our generation of youth will grow to impact society and influence policymakers to bring us one step closer to our goal of nuclear disarmament. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Olivia, for the answer. I believe we are getting close to the end of our discussion. For the interest of time, I'd like to ask each of the panelists for one sentence to close our discussion today. Mr. Ami, can we start with you?
I think we have discussed a lot today on regards what the youth can do. So I'm just going to say on my own personal capacity is that I want to see a world where we are not held hostage by the concepts of deterrence or mutually assured destruction. We as our generation are lucky enough to not to go through those kinds of horrific events as what our previous generation have gone through with the atomic bombs and all. So I think we have known peace, and one of the methods for us to maintain this peace is by understanding that these weapons affect us all. So therefore, we as the youth should, be united in our own in this voice, in opposing and demanding a better and future for our generation and the coming generations.
Thank you, Mr. Ami. Ms. Michelle?
Yep, I guess two advice for different generations, but both in very simple sentences. To the senior generation, who I'm pretty sure might not be of your age, but are young at heart. My urge here is really for all of you to believe in the power of young people and believe in the power of united young people. My advice to young people, youth, our generation, is to have courage and to be willing to take responsibility and accountability for issues like this that would actually be very likely to affect us as well as generations to come. Because if not us, who?
Thank you so much, Ms. Michelle. Ms. Olivia, how about you?
My main takeaway from today's discussion is similar to that of Ms. Michelle's. What I want to say is that many people might perceive young people as people that have no rights to voice up about such weighty topics such as nuclear disarmament. But what I want to say is that nuclear disarmament is not just for scientists and politicians, but it's for everyone that lives on this planet, everyone who lives on this planet, and everyone who's the effects of nuclear detonation will bring a consequence to. This is the world we lived in, and it's important for us youth to understand it because we will inherit this world one day, and we have all the rights to voice up our concerns to policymakers and the people around us, and we have all the rights we have to instigate change and voice up our opinions to the people around us. And my advice for youth would be to not be afraid to make that first step and bring up your concerns about the issues that you are concerned about. Because by making that first step, you are opening many doors to and room for discussion on that topic you are bringing up. And that itself, it's a small but significant step in order to achieving the goals we set for ourselves to achieve today. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Olivia. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our interesting discussion today. I hope that the sharing made by our fantastic panelists would help us realize to never underestimate the change that youth can bring in shaping the societies and the government's approach in this matter, especially if our youth is educated, engaged, and empowered. So the ultimate question that we should ask ourselves is that do we want to be part of the change? So thank you so much for the panelists, and thank you the audience for your attention. Take care.
Thank you to our moderator, Ms. Amy, and also to all our panelists, Mr. Amir, Ms. Michelle, and Ms. Olivia, for the fruitful discussion just now. Members of the floor, this marks the end of the panel discussion 1. We will now have our lunch break, and we will continue our event today with the panel discussion 2 at 2 p.m. With that, let me invite Her Highness, accompanied by fellow VIPs, to enjoy the lunch at Banquet Hall. Fellow guests are also invited for lunch after this. With that, thank you and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and we will see you later at 2 p.m. Attention for those who wants to pray. Our mosque is located at level 2. Yeah, our mosque is located at level 2. Thank you. Actually, this. Jelas, tinggalkan jelas sembilan.
We are a place of accomplishments.
Recognize Islamic finance.
From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia, the garden of knowledge and virtue.
We make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world for all mankind.
We are a place of accomplishments.
Recognize Islamic finance.
From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia, the garden of knowledge and virtue.
We make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world for all mankind.
are a place of accomplishment. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers in records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all worlds for
We are a place of accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers in records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all worlds for
We are a place of accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
Together, we make the world a better place. Forever, expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the worlds, for all
We are a place of accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
Together, we make the world
We are a place of accomplishments.
Recognize Islamic finance.
From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers in records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
We make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world for mankind.
We are a place of accomplishments.
Recognize Islamic finance.
From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers in records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
We make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world, for all mankind.
We are a place of accomplishments.
Recognize Islamic finance.
From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia, the garden of knowledge and virtue.
We make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the worlds for all mankind.
We are a place of accomplishments.
Recognize Islamic finance.
From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia, the garden of knowledge and virtue.
Together, we make the world forever. Expand the culture of Ikra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all worlds for
We are a place of accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
we make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of Ikra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all worlds for mankind.
are a place of accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers in records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
We make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world, for all mankind.
We are a place of accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers in records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
We make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world, for all mankind.
We are a place of accomplishments.
Recognize Islamic finance.
From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers in records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
We make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world for all mankind.
We are a place of accomplishments.
Recognize Islamic finance.
From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers in records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
We make the world
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang teramat mulia Datuk Seri Diraja Tan Sri Tunku Puteri Intan Safinas binti Almarhum Sultan Abdul Halim Muazzam Shah, Tunku Temenggung Kedah, National Chairperson, Malaysia Red Crescent Society, MRCS, respected Mrs. Saha Harun, International Committee of the Red Cross ICRC, Regional Legal Advisor for Southeast Asia and Japan, respected Professor Dr. Farid Sufyan Shuaib, Dean Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Law, IIUM, honorable guests, distinguished panelists, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us for today's panel discussion to deliberate the most important topic on interface discussion on the humanitarian impact of nuclear weapons. My name Muhammad Sayuti bin Hassan. I am the chairman of the Center for International Law and CR, SILAS Faculty of Law, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, panel discussion 2 will be presented by 3 prominent speakers from different backgrounds and culture. We have Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Hisham Muhammad Kamal from Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Law, International Islamic University. Panelist 2, we have Mr. Tan Leng, Secretary General Soccer Gakai Malaysia. Panelist 3, we have Mr. Havinder Singh Ramde, Principal Assistant Director, Center for Political Studies and Economic Diplomacy from Institute of Diplomacy and Foreign Relations. Just a little housekeeping before we get started. If you have any question during the presentation, you may ask them during the question and answer session later. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed further, please be informed that the format of this discussion will be divided into 3 parts. The first part will be opening and in-depth discussion by all 3 panelists. Part 2 will be a question and answer session from audience in this hall, roughly around 15 minutes. And part 3 will be closing remarks by all panelists. Now, without further ado, I will turn the times over to Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Hisham Muhammad Kamal. Dr. Hisham, could you describe to us the Islamic principle that underlie the prohibitions of nuclear weapons under Islamic humanitarian law? In relation to impact of nuclear weapons, is it possible for you as well to explain to us what does Quran says about the preservations of the environment? Prof. Hisham, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Sayuti, Tunku Putri, ladies and gentlemen, Tunku Putri, ladies and gentlemen. The Quran and the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ do not address the issue of nuclear weapon directly. However, the Quran contains principles, and the conduct of the messenger in battles. He was involved in a number of battles against the Quraysh. He also sent commanders in battles against the Roman Empire. The Quran and the Sunnah in this aspect has laid down a number of principles. And I want to touch on 3 principles. The first one is the principle of distinction. The Quran says in chapter 2, 190, fight those who fight you. This is not only in relation to use ad bellum, but this also relates to use in bello. And the hadith of the Prophet, when he sent commanders to battlefields, he gave specific instruction not to target old people, children, and women. Okay, and we have seen pictures this morning. We have heard the keynote address. We also have heard the presentation, the discussion in the panel discussion 1, how nuclear weapons will not discriminate between lawful targets and prohibited civilians, will not distinguish between civilian objects which must not be targeted, which must be protected, and military objectives. So this is a principle in Islamic law, and this principle is not going to be cut by the use of nuclear weapon. Secondly is the principle of proportionality. In deciding targets, the commanders must ensure that incidental damage must not be excessive in relation to military advantage. The commanders must verify the targets, must choose correct timing, must choose correct weapons, okay, and must give warnings, for example. You can see from the practice of Prophet Muhammad, when he was about to capture Makkah. Makkah was the hometown of the Quraysh, his rival, his enemies. They arrived in the evening, but the Muslims waited for the following morning. If they proceeded the military operation that evening, it could go on to the night where there was no sunlight, and Muslim fighters could err in the fighting. So the Prophet waited for the following morning when the sun had arisen. Okay, so that there would be enough sunlight for the purpose of targeting. And then the Prophet also gave instruction to the leader of the Quraysh, Abu Sufyan, who embraced Islam before the conquest, to give warning to his people. Okay, anyone who was in the mosque would be safe. Anyone who was in private dwellings would be safe. Anyone who was on the street without any weapon would be safe. Okay, so it was suitable during those times when the fighting was by the use of swords and arrows. Okay, so people have to hide in their houses or in civilian premises would not be targeted. So this is the principle of proportionality. And another one would be another measure taken by the Prophet was on that day was when a commander, Sa'ad bin Ubadah, the flag bearer of the Ansar, one of the battalion, he uttered that that day the Quraysh would be humiliated. So hearing the report on Sa'ad, the messenger took away the flag of the Ansar from Sa'ad and gave it to Sa'ad's son, Qais. Right? This was the choice of commander. The Prophet did not want a commander who would shed blood without necessity. So these are examples of measures taken by the Prophet at that time to show the principles of proportionality. But we can see from the pictures this morning that the use of nuclear weapon would not be able to keep to this principle. And the third principle I want to teach, I want to talk on is the principle of beneficence, or in Arabic, the term is ihsan. Allah has commanded ihsan. The Prophet has also said that ihsan has been prescribed by Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. And the Messenger has given an illustration: when you kill, you have to kill beneficiently. Okay, and this may be in line with the principle of modern Aisha, the principle of avoidance of unnecessary suffering. To add to these principles, in Islam, life is considered as sacred. Adam, the first human being, was the recipient of the divine spirit. This is mentioned in 3 verses of the Quran. And there is a verse in the Quran, chapter 5, verse 32, where Allah says, those who kill one life is like killing the whole humanity. Those who save one life, as if the person saved the whole humanity. Okay, so these are the principles in Islamic law that could be made related to the discussion on nuclear weapon. You can say this morning it was mentioned, hundreds of thousands of individuals were perished instantly on that day in Hiroshima. And this is against humanity. Okay, if killing one life, one innocent life, is like killing the whole humanity. Okay, we cannot imagine the heinousness of killing more than 100,000 individuals who were in civilian place on that day. So that is my response to your question, Dr. Sayuti. However, you also asked me on the environment. there are a number of verses of the Quran on this. I just like to refer to the Quran chapter 2, verses 204 and 205, where Allah says that those who commit mischief on earth by killing cattle unnecessarily, they are the enemies. So Allah considers those who commit unnecessary destruction as his enemies, and no one will be able to fight Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Thank you, Dr. Secretary.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your wonderful enlightenment to the question. We would like to invite next discussant, Mr. Tan Lang from Soka Gakkai, Malaysia. Mr. Tan Lang, recently, Soka Gakkai International, SGI, along with other members of civil societies, made a call for disarmament of all nuclear weapons during the very historic first meeting of states party to the United Nations Treaty on the prohibitions of nuclear weapon, or we call it TPNW, which took place in Vienna. In relation to that, in Malaysia context, could you share with us the approach that Soka Gakkai Malaysia used to garner the commitments towards to support the state in implementing the obligations under the TPNW? And the second question, perhaps we also like you to clarify how the holy text of the Buddha provides on the humanitarian law and the prohibitions of nuclear weapons. Over to you, Mr. Tan Lang.
Salam Sejahtera, Her Highness Tunku Puteri, and thank you very much, Dr. Sayuti, for your questions. And thank you very much for the comment that you made just now pertaining to our collaboration in the first meeting of state parties, because TPNW and nuclear abolition has always been close to our heart. And to answer your question, Dr. Sayuti, the first question, if I may, so pertaining to the approach taken by Soka Gakkai to gather commitment to support state in implementing the obligation of the TPNW, perhaps, if I may, we would have to first of all understand what are the obligations imposed on us by the treaty. For my reading, there are a few articles that are relevant. First of all, there will be Article 3, which talked about safeguards. And what we have to do is to actually maintain our IAEA, all right, sorry, IAEA safeguards obligation, and we have to actually conclude a comprehensive safeguard agreement with IAEA, which we have done that. We have actually signed a comprehensive safeguards agreement with IAEA quite some time ago. Then we go to second relevant article. There will be Article 6, which is victim assistance and environment remediation, because it provides the obligation on us to provide relief assistance to individuals who are affected by the use and testing of nuclear weapons, and also to remedy our environment that was contaminated by the use or testing of nuclear weapons. Then another article relevant to this discussion will be Article 7, which require us to cooperate with other state parties to facilitate the implementation of TPNW and provide assistance to state parties affected by the use or testing of the nuclear weapon. And lastly, and I would say the most importantly, is to make TPNW universal by encouraging states not party to TPNW yet to sign, to ratify, to accept, and also to accede to TPNW, which is a goal of universal adherence of all states to TPNW. In fact, after the recent first party meeting, the TPNW has come out with the Vienna Action Plan. And in this very first action, number 1, it made universalization efforts a priority of state party in their obligation. So these efforts should focus on increasing the number of signatures and ratification, as well as actively engage in promoting the norms, the value, and also the underlying arguments of the treaty. So we believe that the key to garner support towards implementing our obligation that I mentioned just now lies in ensuring that all of us, including academic institutions, civil society, organization, and states, to take a shared action, working with like-minded partners, while holding fast to a deep commitment based on a keen awareness for a world free of nuclear weapons. And if I may go to the first effort that we have engaged, which is rising awareness through education. And by education, I doesn't refer to, I do not refer to only formal education in a classroom setting. Because if you look at article, the preamble, before we go to the article, the preamble, paragraph 22 of the preamble recognize the importance of peace and disarmament education in all aspects and of rising awareness of the risks and consequences of the nuclear weapon. The peace and disarmament education has always been a key element of fulfilling obligation under Article 12 also that I mentioned just now, which is the universalization of TPNW. SGI President Dr. Daisaku Ikeda, so in his tireless effort to make nuclear-free world a reality, has been submitting annual peace proposal to the United Nations since 1983 until today. And in all his proposals, Dr. Daisaku Ikeda will never fail to address the issue of nuclear disarmament. So we in SGM and President Ikeda disciples, we take on the same mission and we share the same conviction as our mentor. In that spirit, we are actually holding anti-nuclear exhibition titled Everything You Treasure for the world free of nuclear weapons, and also we have held talks and forums in our center and in schools, universities, government office, etc., throughout the country for many years. And during the pandemic, we also held the webinar on nuclear disarmament, online roundtable discussion, making documentary entitled Our Journey Towards Nuclear Disarmament. We also took part in radio interview. All these efforts were to raise public awareness towards the catastrophic humanitarian consequences of the use and testing of the nuclear weapon. If I may move to the second effort, which is very important also, by forging the partnership with like-minded people and organizations in this effort. So SGM has been working tirelessly with Ministry of Foreign Affairs by participating in outreach sessions organized by the ministry, which include other NGOs, civil society, and institutions of higher learning also. Example, the International Committee of the Red Cross. In our effort to encourage or to show the public commitment and agreement for a government to ratify TPNW at that time. And now, the effort will be channeled to actually facilitate the government in implementing our obligation in TPNW. So this is an ongoing effort. So this outreach session actually culminated in the Malaysia in our country ratifying the TPNW in 2022. So on international platform, SGI has been working together with International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, ICAN, by producing educational material as a tool to promote and raise awareness of the TPNW. Example, a DVD set and animation, as well as the EYT exhibition that I mentioned just now. Actually, that exhibition was shown at the ICAN organized civil society forum to help prior to the conferences related to TPNW or nuclear abolition. And it was also held as a side event in the second preparatory committee of the NPT Review Conference, as well as other conferences. And it was also held in the HQ of the United Nations in New York. Apart from that, SGI also organized interfaith symposium, interfaith dialogue with, together with ICAN in Washington, DC and Vienna. And the panels were supported by various organizations, faith-based organizations, as well as civil society group from Muslim belief, Christianity, and as well as Jewish traditions. So as an outcome of the symposium, the joint statement was actually adopted, especially the participants pledged to work together for the world free of nuclear weapons. So we strongly believe that in order to strengthen voices of the world people and civil society supporting nuclear disarmament, a correct understanding of the realities of the atomic bombing should be shared and maintained beyond borders and beyond generations. So as I mentioned just now, disarmament education hold the key in this regard. And this is where everyone, especially us in the non-nuclear weapon stage, is expected to play that important role. So in this sense, the collaboration and friendship between like-minded people and civil society will only continue to strengthen as we work together towards this shared hope of the world free of nuclear weapons. So, Dr. Sayoti, on your second questions pertaining to the principle laid down in our book about humanitarian law on the ban of nuclear weapons. So if I may, I would like to confine the context of ban on nuclear weapons to the TPNW regime, all right? So before I go on further, may I just explain a little bit about our holy book that you mentioned just now. So first of all will be the Lotus Sutra. In English translation, there will be a scripture of the Law of the Sutra, which recorded the most profound teaching preached by Shakyamuni Buddha, and is the main scripture for the Mahayana school of Buddhism. Secondly, I would like to introduce Nichiren Daishonin, and it was his writing that we based our teaching. They are actually collected letters and treatises by 13th century Japan priest. And he is the founder of the school of Buddhism, which is now followed by the members of Soka Gakkai throughout the world. So we also revert Nichiren as a Buddha. There are two principles I would like to share, which is consonant and consistent with the idea of the ban of nuclear weapons. First of all is the dignity of life. And this is similar to what Dr. Hisham mentioned just now, that life is sacred. I would then share the story to actually describe this idea. So let me share the story in the Lotus Sutra whereby a treasure tower emerged. So actually, Lotus Sutra is largely allegorical description of Shakyamuni Buddha interacting with the great gathering of his disciples. So at the time when Shakyamuni was about to preach his most important teaching, a significant treasure tower suddenly emerged from earth. And its length is the diameter of the earth. You imagine how tall it is. And it was high that it reached the heavenly palace, and it was adorned with 7 kinds of treasure like gold, silver, lapis lazuli, sisal, pearl, etc. Then Shakyamuni entered the treasure tower, take a seat beside another Buddha called Buddha Many Treasure. Then the tower and the entire assembly, a great number of audience, rise up and suspended in this space above the ground. Then after what we call ceremony of the air commenced. So by then, Shakyamuni preached his most profound teaching. And there are further amazing events unfold. But I would like to share that why the treasure tower? Nichiren Daishonin says that no treasure tower exists other than the figure of the man and woman who embrace the Lotus Sutra. So life is most precious of all, because our life is like that treasure tower that I mentioned just now. One day of life in this world is tantamount to treasure more than a major world system. And just like to explain briefly that the world is tantamount to one solar system. One major world system comprised of 1 billion solar system. So one day of life is worth more than 1 billion solar system in this regard. So this is how highly Buddhism places the value of life. So as we can see from this fundamental Buddhist principle, the core teachings has always been to respect the dignity of life. So if you look at TPNW, it goes beyond the framework of any conventional disarmament treaty, because in the core, it is a commitment to the norm of humanitarianism. It is to prevent catastrophic destruction. And this can be clearly seen from the repeated use of word human, humanity, humanitarian in the TPNW preambles. Even in para 11 of the preamble, the use of nuclear weapons is abhorrent to the principle of humanity. What is consonant with the teaching of Buddhism that I mentioned just now? Secondly, very briefly, I'd just like to share the idea of interconnectedness of all things taught in Buddhism as well. So Buddhism teaches that all life are interconnected. So it describes that nobody exists in isolation. Each individual being functioned to create the environment that sustain all the other existence. So I believe all of us will see that this is more evident now with the phenomenon of global warming, as we can see from the persistent heat wave which affect parts of Europe until now, in fact. And it has caused wildfire evacuation as well as heat-related deaths. And if nuclear weapon were to deploy, then it will result not only tens of millions of the immediate deaths, and unprecedented global climate disruption will also happen, whereby the fire resulting from such nuclear exchange will generate at least 5 billion kilograms of smoke that will blanket the earth permanently, creating a perpetual overcast. If that happens, we will see a drop in the global temperature and rainfall by smoke blocking the sunlight from reaching the face of the earth. And it will then threaten agriculture worldwide. In that case, as many as 1 billion deaths will follow from famine, from infectious disease, as well as from other crises. Therefore, from a Buddhist perspective, the TPNW is indispensable in protecting not only the peace of mankind as a whole, but also the preservation of the global ecosystem, which is the basis of life for the present and for future generations. As such, paragraph 4 of the preamble, which take cognizance that the consequences of nuclear weapon transcend national border, pose great danger for human survival. Our environment, our ecosystem, our development, food security, all the aspects, including our health, will be underneath. So Buddhist principle, I would say, support and very consonant with the TPNW principle. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic, Mr. Tan Leng. Thank you very much for your delightful explanation just now. Without further delay, the last speaker for the first part, I would like to call upon Mr. Havinder Singh Ramde from IDFR. Mr. Havinder, could you share with us how your phase, i.e. Sikh, provides on humanitarian and prohibitions of nuclear weapon, and you also might want to share with us the principle or concept of your holy books on the establishment of this principle. Mr. Havinder, over to you.
Thank you very much. Salam sejahtera and a very good afternoon. Your Royal Highness Tuanku Putri Intan Shafizah, members of the Distinguished Forum, professors, honorable guests. Okay. First of all, let me get to the point of the religion of Sikhism itself when it comes to humanitarian law. Okay, ours is a religion that is based on peace, okay, tolerance, and a belief of communal service. We have a code in the Sikhism which is called the Code of the Rehat Maryada.
Excuse me, can you speak louder?
We follow the code of the Rehat Maryada, which believes in selfless sacrifice towards the community. Okay. And we adhere to the code. Okay. So regardless of whoever you are, be it you are Muslim, you are Buddhism, or any other religion, everybody is welcome under the Sikhism beliefs. Okay. Now, when we talk about nuclear weapons and how this relates with the beliefs of Sikhism, whether we should or we should not be advocating or not on it. Now, when Sikhism was created, nuclear weapons were not there many hundred years ago. However, in our religion of peace, we do have the belief which is laid for us to us by our distinguished gurus, and our holy scripture, the Guru Granth Sahib, which allows us to take up arms to defend ourselves and to defend those who are weak and being oppressed, only as a last resort. But we do not have an offensive doctrine. Now, we see that this nuclear technology weapons being used right now, the destruction is widespread. Throughout the history of Sikhism, when there was unfortunate event where we are called to go to war, in order to defend ourselves from extinction. Twice this has happened. One was under the Mughal invasion of Punjab, and also secondly the Afghan invasion of Punjab, where we were on the brink of extinction. That's why we had to defend ourselves. We did not aggress onto them, they aggress onto us. But what we did, we fought honorably on the battlefield, following our codes, which was given to us by our guru, and followed also by the code of the Khalsa path, where we treat the enemy as a human being as well. At the end of the battle, regardless whether he was an enemy or not, if he was in pain, we would give him shelter. We would give him medicine. We would take care of him. We have our symbol, which is the Nisan Shahid, the flag that flies proudly in all the Gurdwaras, any part of the world. This is not only a symbol of Sikhism, but it is also a symbol of humanity. When this flag is flown high in any Gurdwara or in any establishment, it means you can come there and get protection. And many times along the annals of history, we have done that. The separation of India and Pakistan, the wars in India, the wars in World War II within Asia, where we had our Gurdwaras here. We took care of the weak, the wounded, the sick, those running away, the refugees. Sikhism does not promote war. No, we would not like to see other inflict upon others. In fact, our holy guru, our honored guru, Guru Arjan Dev, in one of our Guru Granth Sahib, the scriptures, he has mentioned, the merciful master has now ordained that no one annoys, oppress, or inflict pain on another. All shall abide in peace in a benign regime. We frown upon the act of war, regardless of what method it is used, nuclear or conventional. But when we have to take up arms to defend ourselves, we will do it. But we put a limit and a threshold on what we are supposed to do to the enemy. And we show mercy. When the enemy comes for a parley or a truce, we listen. And always we try to find a middle ground to end hostilities, because prolonged war is no good for anybody. And the teachings of Guru Nanak Ji, our founder of our religion, is based on a communal living, regardless of what religion you are, be it a monastic religion or a non-monastic religion. We believe in one God, which is Waheguru, and he is the master and creator of everything in this universe. And he is also the creator of life. And when we talk about life, we talk about the heaven, the earth, the stars, the water, the earth, and all that. And to use nuclear weapons to desecrate life is the biggest sin that you can ever do as a human being. And that's why we shall never support such weapons being used to inflict harm on others. As for how we are committed to the obligations of the TPNW, it is based on our religious belief and also our code of conduct. Throughout the years, Sikhism and its many organization establishments has always gone on the path of humanitarian. We can see this in the recent floodings that has happened in this country, how the Sikh community stood up regardless of whatever religion you are, whatever race you are, we came forward, we helped. Even though we are minority, we continue to serve as long as humanity and humanitarian principles are uplifted and defended. And those that are needy gets the help they deserve. Okay. We also have our Sikh Missionary Society, which is very active internationally. They have also advocated a lot when it comes to TPNW. And in Malaysia, we have our Sikh daily, correspondence. You can look it up in the internet. Asia Samachar, they have written an article on what is the dangers of nuclear weapon used. So these are the things that our society commits itself against the rampant use of irresponsible weapons of mass destruction. Okay. Our Malaysian Gurdwara Council is the council of all the Gurdwaras in Malaysia, our place of worship. Okay. And its objective is to foster understanding and goodwill towards Malaysian of all creeds, persuasion, and faiths in the multiracial and multicultural mosaic of the Malaysian society. So again, peace is the #1 thing that we emphasize on for everyone, regardless of who you are. Okay. We also represent the Sikh community. The Gurdwara Council also represents the Sikh community on matters pursuant to the Malaysian Constitution when it comes to religion and also peace and harmony. Okay. And it also pushes and emphasizes on doctrines and ethics of Sikhism, the code of conduct of Sikhism, which is the Rehat Maryada.
I'm sorry, Mr. Habinder, you have 1 minute to.
That's all. Thank you. That's all. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Habinder, for your fantastic explanation. So we have you from some perspective, perhaps Buddha perspective, as well as just now. Now we will go ahead and take some questions from the audience. For audience in this one, please switch on your microphone and tell your name and your institution and your question to which. We will start now. Any question to all friends?
You can switch on your mic.
Can you hear me? Yes, yes. Right. So I mean, thank you firstly, thank you so much to the panelists. Thank you as well to Mr. Harbinder, who was very accurate. It was very nice to hear the ideas represented. However, also I think the point of nuclear warfare very there's a lot of doom and gloom. Having said that, we have a success story. South Africa disarmed their nuclear arsenal, right? And I'd like to point out, thank you. I'd like to point out, all right. Yeah, I'd like to point out the role of Archbishop Tutu, right? Who played a role in the movement, and Christianity was definitely at the forefront of that, right? And at the same time, however, at the same time, he could only do it because of international support, especially from parts of Europe and North America. So today when we do have a landscape where religious tolerance, sorry. Okay, so what can we do amongst religious groups to revitalize that support towards nuclear disarmament? Thank you.
The teaching of Prophet Muhammad is not only for the Arabs. It is the teaching for all humanity. And Prophet Muhammad also tried to establish friendly relations with neighboring countries at that time, sending diplomats, sending letters. So what we can say is that when Allah created humankind, it is for the purpose of development of the world. And Allah created humankind into different tribes and nations. In the Quran, the purpose is ita'arafu, to know one another. So for Muslim states having good relations with other Muslim states, this is brotherhood in Islam. But the Quran also teach about Muslim cooperating with non-Muslims. There is a verse, وَتَعَوَنُوا عَلَى الْبِرِّ وَالتَّقْوَى. Al-birri means goodness, taqwa means piety. And we can see how the Quran put goodness before piety. Cooperate in terms of goodness and piety. Piety means in religious matters, but goodness involves many aspects, including humanity. So I would agree that the effort of several states will not be sufficient. It needs a collective efforts of all states, as well as civil societies, NGOs, and others. Leaders of different religions say the same thing, to ban nuclear weapon, for example. And if this can be done, we see states are harmed by leaders, and most leaders in the world are elected by the people. So if we can change the mindset of the people, we can also change the mindset of the leaders one day. So cooperating between leaders of states, cooperating between citizens, individuals, individuals, NGOs, the work should not be confined within the borders of only one state, but should be cross-border. I believe this can be done. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Prof. Hisham. Mr. Talang, you might want to add a little bit, maybe perhaps 1 minute. All right.
Thank you very much for giving me this 1 minute. Can I just talk about the situation of South Africa? It was mentioned just now. So South Africa, actually, when they were considering whether their nuclear, to maintain their nuclear arsenal and exploring other options for their nuclear armament, actually, at the end of the day, they chosen to abandon their nuclear program and join the non-proliferation treaty, the NPT, sorry. So he joined the NPT as a non-weapon state. So I would say that at that point of time when NPT entered into force, it was very much like what we have now in TPNW. The signatory as well as ratification were not great. But then when that normative force, I believe that we are in Kulia of law, we understand that how when certain conduct being prohibited by law, it will exert the moral unacceptability as well as legal prohibitions. Then that normative force gain traction, it gains momentum. And after about 20 years after TPNW entered into force, then South Africa, because of that force, chosen to abandon their nuclear program in 1989. So I would say that this is the historical fact that will encourage us and keep us optimistic that although TPNW may not be accepted or being boycotted by the nuclear weapon state at the moment, but we wouldn't know that in the future, that whether that state will actually accept and become a state party in the TPNW. But the important thing is that we have to maintain that optimism by keeping that momentum ongoing by way of continue with the narrative, with the anti-nuclear narrative, with the harness the public opinion as well as to raise the awareness against the catastrophic humanitarian consequences of the nuclear weapon, so that TPNW will find their way, their principles will find the way into the administration of their respective nuclear weapon states. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tangleng. Mr. Havinder, you want to add?
Thank you.
All right.
Just to echo from the two distinguished speakers, I share their sentiments as well. However, I'd like to stress that yes, religious discourse and pressure is important for us. We have to continue the effort. We have to keep this rolling. But we also have to understand at the end of the day, the act of owning these weapons, owning it, using it is done by states, governments, okay, because of their needs for self-defense and also for their need of being a superpower. So it's kind of supersede the need of the religion. So unless the religion is the government body, then it's something that we can have a dialogue with or whatever on this matter. But as long as the reality is state still decide that having such weapon is a deterrence factor and also or offensive factor. Some states do have offensive doctrine on using this terrible weapon. Okay, and as long as that is their national defense policy, it's hard for us to change that. But we will continue trying. Okay, at the end of the day, it is about humanity and the survival of humanity, regardless of any religion.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Havinder. Can we have perhaps one more question from the audience?
Mr. Moderator, I do have a question for the panelists. It's been 77 years. For the past 77 years, the discussion on prohibition of nuclear weapons is going on after the incident of 1945, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And as we can see, the religion of Islam, Buddhism, Sikh, and I believe all other perspectives around the world is going to prohibit this kind of warfare with such a big magnitude of catastrophic consequences. So I believe the position is obvious that we are going to prohibit the use of nuclear weapons. And otherwise, we would not have signed the Treaty of Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, and we have 66 member states so far. So my question is it necessary for the international parties to still discuss on the justification of whether we should prohibit the nuclear weapons, or can we accelerate the discussion regarding how to convince the non-parties, the 9 state parties which have the nuclear weapons, to convince them to sign the Treaty of Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons and put a full stop to this discussion? Thank you.
All right. I think Prof. Hisham would respond to this question.
Yeah, thank you for the question. The problem or the challenge is the teaching of international law that states are sovereign. So state can do whatever. the only way would be for states to agree to limit its sovereignty. And that is the problem. So from the current international law principles, I cannot find any way. So that I have to find a way so that the nuclear weapon states can be bound by the treaties without their consent. So it goes back to the earlier statement that we have to talk on this, on nuclear weapon, is humanitarian catastrophe, so that it changed the mind of the people. Okay, so that when they vote for it, for election for government, in election for government, they will vote for parties that will promise to be party to a party to the TPNW. I'm sorry, but I don't think there is a principle in international law that can make these states to be bound without their consent at this moment.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Hisham. I think that's all. I can only receive 2 questions because time constraint. As a conclusion, I would like to invite each speaker to express their final thoughts, or perhaps to share their hopes for the role of youth in advocating and working for a world free of nuclear weapon. Perhaps we shall start with Mr. Tang Leng first.
Thank you very much.
1 minute, please. All right.
Thanks for another minute given to me. So pertaining to the youth, I believe that it is very important for us to recognize the power of youth in changing our time in the first place. As what Sokai Kakai second president, Mr. Thoda puts in, that the passion and energy of youth will change the age. And also Dr. Krieger, the American anti-nuclear weapon campaigner, says that young people are the future. They must have a say in the world they are inheriting and must play a major role in resolving the nuclear threat. So I would like to, as Dr. Sayuti said, if we have any hope on youth, that will be, I personally think that youth must be engaged. Form your ranks and get involved actively for good causes. Because history has shown again and again that youth activism has been the underlying current that shaped the age. And lastly, I would like to just my personal feeling and been inspired by SGI President, Dr. Daisaka Ikeda, to call on that we have actually lived long enough under the shadow of nuclear age. So to emerge from the shadow of nuclear weapons, we need a revolution in the consciousness of countless individuals that give rise to the heartfelt confidence that that is something I can do. That is something that all of us here can do. Then finally, we will see a coming together of world's people forming public opinion, for our common voice to be heard. Then our cry for an end to this terrible manners of destruction will see the light of day. Thank you very much.
All right. Next, Mr. Habinder.
Thank you, Tuan Moderator. Okay. The Guru Granth Sahib, our holy scripture for Sikhs, teaches that Sikhs to show respect and responsibility towards the creation and bear in mind the needs of future generation as well as their own current needs. So whatever it is that we do, we have to do it in moderation, no excessiveness, and the path of peace is what we aim for. The scripture from our Holy Guru Granth Sahib, a Shabad by Guru Angad Dev Ji. Air is the Guru, water is the father, and earth is the great mother of all. Clearly shows for us that Mother Earth is to be preserved for all. Such weapons are not welcome. Okay. We thank the government of Malaysia, okay, especially into entering the Treaty on Southeast Asia Nuclear Weapons Free Zone, the ZOFAN, in 1995. Okay, and also the recent ratification of the TPNW in 2020. Efforts of Wisma Putra has been exemplary on this. And because of this, we live in a region where we have a relative peace of mind against such weapon. And we hope such things can continue for other regions as well. And a day will come for all of us to live in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Havinder. And last but not least, Professor.
Okay. The Islamic belief is that everyone will be responsible for whatever acts done in this world and will be answerable before God in the hereafter. Every Muslim will be asked what they have done, and they will also be asked what they have not done. So if Muslims today, we just keep quiet on the issue of nuclear weapon, we'll be asked by Allah in the hereafter, why have you been quiet? There's a hadith, the Prophet said, Allah will ask those who keep quiet, are you afraid of someone other than me? How are a Muslim going to answer that question? Okay, if in this world we do not do anything, because we are afraid of the superpowers, we are afraid of the nuclear weapon powers, nuclear weapon states, for example. So if Muslims do not just think about this world, but also think in the hereafter, I think Muslim states would be not reluctant to become parties to the TPNW. Killing one life is like killing the whole humanity. Imagine answering that before God. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Sham, for concluding remarks. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's wrap up. If I may conclude, finally, all religion, regardless of any belief, promotes peace and humanity. With that, thank you to you all for making time in your busy schedules to join us at this conference, and in particular this panel discussion on interface discussion on humanitarian impact of nuclear weapon. On behalf of the organizer and our speakers, again, thank you for joining us today. Have a great rest and a pleasant day. Over to the organizer. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, so that is the end of the panel discussion number 2. I would like to say thank you to the panelists, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Hisham, Mr. Tan Leng, and also Mr. Harvinder, and also our moderator, Dr. Muhammad Sayuti Hassan. So this marks the end of the panel discussion 2 and the end of day 1 of our conference. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our gratitude to Her Highness, our VIPs, invited panelists and guests for the support of our event today. And I would like to apologize if there are any shortcomings. Now, let me invite Her Highness, accompanied by fellow VIPs, to enjoy some refreshment at the banquet hall. Fellow guests are also invited for some refreshments after this. With that, I am Daniel Baharudin. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and have a pleasant day. I like the questions. I really love the question. Thank you so much.